Okay. I think everything should be back to normal. I will investigate Streamlabs later. If I could figure out the chat screen, I think will be my permanent choice. But back to the topic. Today I want to work on weather data. I want to collect weather data for 3 cities. One is enough for Toronto, to be specific. And then I'll look into ways to organize this data. Maybe create a few visual cues to basically make sense of data, meaning if it's a rainy month, according to data points on that particular day in the game, we would expect the game to show us rain, snow, that kind of thing. So of course this is such a big topic, it can't be done in one day, but these 3 topics could be worked all together. We'll see. So I think this was my entry point into getting historical data. If I recall, there was a link to a weather organization, an international weather organization, something like that, that it talked about some standard data. What is the name for that? You know how things are labeled. So precipitation could mean rain or snow, but then they have sort of keywords for certain identifiers. If each weather station kept their numbers, map those numbers to pre-existing keywords, then you are standardizing the data. So you're no longer talking about precipitation as just rain or snow, but you have different identifiers. That kind of thing. I think this might be the entry point. Something like this, hourly, daily. Of course, the trouble is for the rest of the game and the other cities is that will I be able to find that kind of fine detailed data for other cities in the world? I think at that point I'll have to take it to the national website. I'm going to try to follow my steps back. Weather system. This. Looking at this, and from here I went to another website. Because although we have these graphs, this is not data. We need to find it's either text or let's say array or whatever. Those things are kind of not that important, but there's an underlying data structure to this event, series of events. Now, how did I get to that? I think I hit Canada, then we would see a list of cities. I was doing this in the middle of the night, so I don't remember. I think from here, maybe I went there. Let's follow this link. This rings a bell. Okay. There was a page very similar to this one. Okay, let's go back to this part again. Circle data. Station name. I think, yeah, I typed Tor here. Toronto. Searched. Which gave me a way to list. Okay. Oh, I looked for the last between 1980 and 2000. So that means there has to be some kind of a shortcut. Anyway, so we could actually do it in that area. Now, I do remember this. Yeah, as the how to make sense of this. There's a separate PDF page that will talk about keywords. Okay, let's start off here. 1980. And let's make it 2000. Okay, search. Again, not quite what I was hoping, because it actually showed Toronto the airport with an asterisk, which said the ones that actually have that sign, they are complying with that international weather data, weather station data. There's some kind of standard thing. Because I will eventually get to that point. Because anything I find haphazardly will not fit standards. I don't want to spend days to make sense of like some common data points. Might need this. Station inventory. Yeah, these weather stations, they have an ID worldwide. That might be useful. Just want to make sense of some data, and the data is reliable. And this is just a. How did we get here? We got here from one of these. Ironic, because it's kind of the same page. Yeah, international airport. Okay, I think this might be a World Meteorological Organization. Okay. Good. Okay, I feel like I'm on the right track. So in other words, we could make our way to this website, start investigating the data points here. Weather. Okay, at some point I'm gonna need to find data sources. I would expect resources to list let's hit resources. Maybe these guys are not holding the data. They are just a governing organization. However, if the Canadian or that the weather station at the airport that is given a number, an ID, like it's WMO, maybe the WMO website is listing weather stations around the world that might narrow down the cities I can. Might be helpful. If this website is not giving me data, at least I could hit those weather stations individual websites. Sources. Let's see if we can find weather station here. It sound like it. Uh-uh. Programs. Okay, this might be. This also sounds like something we might need. Data exchange. Okay, let's start with this one. I think, yeah, this is the technical documentation before I look into this was useful. Yeah, we are going to have to make sense of the data. If this goes along with the WMO, we need to write some code to parse all this stuff with the table of contents. Yeah, something like this. Because I believe the data will be given with a CSV, like it's a CSV file, comma separate. It's not mentioned here. Okay, this is going to be useful sampling. Just a generic website. I'll keep this here just in case, because if the data we are going to process, we can map it out to chart like this. I will compare my work with this one. So these two will complement each other. We are back to the global data collection logic or system. Interesting. Global data processing and forecasting system centers. Toronto is not there. So just because Toronto has been given WMO ID doesn't necessarily mean it's part of this forecasting system. Okay. This might be soon. Let's go back here. This also sounds a bit far-fetched for me. Integrated global observing system. If part of this is the standards, we'll see. Let's look at this one too. Kind of want to see maybe like program members, right? That will give me the station IDs. Anything about the weather at this point is maybe. Definitely this. Let's see. With the objectives to see if it's actually close enough. Kinda, but then it's not quite there. Instruments and methods of IMO. There. Data management system specifications. Okay, this is getting somewhere. Digital free. Under 70 pages. Getting closer, I feel. Time series climate data. This is all the preamble. Government stuff. 47. This might still talk about the methodologies though. Not exactly, this may not be like API documentation. Let's start as 47 though. We'll go back and forth. But it's actually making a bit more sense. It's like, here's the station identifier, location, all that stuff. So this is like the local stuff. The station in Toronto. You could have multiple stations in Toronto. In fact, in that original URL, which I couldn't find still today, had multiple asterisks in Toronto. So apparently there are a few WMO compliant weather stations in Toronto. And then data provenance. And then this is the stuff that we'll be interested in. We need to find the identifiers. Okay. So I'm going to write some keywords down, because eventually I will forget what I'm looking for. So the keyword they are using is dataset identifier. This is related to WMO. That's one thing. There's station identifier. That's relevant. So in other words, we need to find something similar to, I guess the first time it opened that, where was I? Oh, this one. Go back. Yeah, this is Toronto International Airport. This is the WMO ID. This is the station ID. So I need to find other stations registered to WMO. Yeah, this is in Canada identifier. Biological service. There's some kind of rule here. So I'd rather do it international. This one. There's this one, YYZ, which is. This is usually what you see in your passport. YYZ. Fine. Going to be important, but that's going to be part of the data report anyway. I do that, and then this is how we can fine tune things. So, getting there. Okay, let's keep looking at this PDF. GCOS. Global Climate Observing System. Part of this. Okay. Which is part of WMO. Or one of these pages that is open or has been open. Yeah, a few pages before I closed it. Where's my PDF? Closed it. Start again. So we were looking at 47. This stuff. Go to 50. Okay, this is the important stuff. So maybe that GCOS had something to do because it's described around this area. Some of this stuff away. There's more room on the desk. Definition of climate-related data has been extended to include climate metadata. Very important. This is also important. And that if they fit a certain standard, bingo. The list is currently based on the ECV. ECV. This sounds like comma separated values, except it's something. No values. data or not. Essential climate variables. That's the data set. Way off in my. So let's write another term down. EC. Essential climate variables. That's also part of WMO. Everything kind of leads to that area. We also have GCOS be established as what? Global Climate Observing System. That's also part of WMO. Okay. Observations relevant to this thing, which is also in combination with this other thing, are needed to support the work of the United Nations, blah blah, blah blah. So this is the required stuff. So the other night I was collecting some items here. So we definitely need temperatures, that's what I wrote down. Wind speed, I need it. Water vapor, humidity, it will lead to humidity, I need it. Pressure, I will need it. Precipitation, definitely. I need sunshine, which is surface radiation budget, I believe, in this thing. So I think, yeah, the required parameters here are satisfying my needs too. Good. And of course, if we could get this, super helpful. Yeah. Awesome. This is not that important to me right now. Okay, so in other words, we'll make sure. Just realize I should actually change the stream relay message, because we are not dealing with material things in Godot right now. That was previous stream's topic. We are dealing with weather data. Okay, good enough. Let's see. Guide to climatological practices. Okay, there's a. I'm hoping that's a publication number. WMO number 100, table 2.1. Or it's basically going to talk about this practice has to be followed. This link is not working, it's unfortunate, because I think it may lead to this information right away. So this is atmospheric, there's terrestrial. How much of this information is important for us? I mean, We are not really creating, we are creating a simulation game, but we are not creating a simulator. Sense that if the groundwater is low, or I don't think we need that much detail. Oceanic, similar. This is the data model we are. Guide to climatological practice, same okay, we are slowly making our ways to this, which was listed up there. This is, yeah. ISO 19156 2011. Geographic information, observations and measurement standards. This might be what we need. We'll check all this out. ISO 156 7. Geographic information. I believe that title might come up when I write it anyway. Because later on I look in my book and if I see just a number, then I won't understand what it meant at this point. That's how I forget stuff later. I don't look it up right away. Measurement standards. And there's a there's an abbreviation that 4232. We are coming. Okay. Still okay. Same number. This standard treats an observation as an event, given point in time, whose result is an estimate of the value of some property. Okay. So this is required. Fortunately, there is not a clear cut here. Okay, is this I think this is part of this, which doesn't matter. I understand it's part. You command it. This is that logical model itself. So here's a slightly different publication or the ISO number. So this is all the same. This one is 09. Application schema, okay. This is, yeah, I was just about to say something like XML or JSON, some kind of data schema. Is at some point necessary for us to parse. Because it's either CSV or there's tab separated values file, CSV, JSON, XML, or even Excel files. So I'm thinking this is an XML format, but the schema is following the rules of this geographic information. Yeah, aviation, all that stuff. Okay, it's not. It's under construction. French. Let's see. It says anything to do. Kind of does. Okay, we actually see familiar numbers here. Okay, this is gonna be kind of important at some point, and here's some the code help. So let's go for 1.2. Here's the schema. At some point I'll hit a PDF file, I'm guessing. So this is exactly talking about the schema and the basics of it. To these notes, if necessary, I will read this. Yeah, this is not the data itself, that's the idea. Here. We may have to figure out the schema rules to make sense of that. However, yeah, it's as if meta is kind of discontinued. There's not much love given to it. That was like 8 years ago. I think, yeah, we've already moved forward to buffer sequences or grid template. I bet if I look this up, it's going to say maybe that. That's the pitch deck. Yeah. Date again 8 years ago. I think they started something and then led to a different standard. Yeah, only 3 pages. Okay, bye. So again, another page here, which is this Etsy thing. I'll write it down again because it might still get some light. So it's 1909, 2005. This time it's rules for application scheme. Okay. Here's the metadata. Yeah. Okay, we come back to station identified again. Okay, this is some management detail relevant to me. Because I only need the data between certain dates, and I'll make my own judgment by taking the average of historical data, that kind of thing. I don't care whether the station is operational or not. As long as it matches the data points that I would like. Again, type of station doesn't matter. Location, this will matter, which will be kind of important, but not really changing the data itself. Sure. Okay. Local environments. Again, these are sort of sensitive parts about accurately management details. Okay. Sensors and such. Not important. Not important. This is, yeah, important. I do remember this, and this is the one. Let's read from up here. I will eventually look at 156 or 19156, but I keep seeing 191152 about the metadata. Let's write that down too. That one is not given a sort of 4-digit, looks like a date extension after colon, but it's geographic info dash metadata. This compound represents unique identifier. Okay, this is the data sets identifier. Overview of the data set. Okay. So these two might be important. Okay, I get that. I think the other night, yeah, this is the range that I was looking. So I will just write that down to maybe that is going to be a good enough clue for me. I feel like this one might be the key understanding. If you come across some weird names in the datasets, WMO number 306 manual on codes. Does I need some kind of documentation for API or data points? This is practice stuff, technical regulations. I'm not sure if this is relevant. This sounds more like what I need. Okay, moving on. Climate. However, this code might be a different thing if it's talking about regulations for reporting this stuff. Okay. World Weather Records website. World Weather Records website. Unfortunately, it's not linked. Clearinghouse. Okay, let's write that term down too. So apparently there is website. Hope it exists. Okay. Important, not relevant. Nope. The thing is, we are trying to do this. This is essentially what we are trying to write in the game. Let me focus on this again. Thought I had a clever way of doing this, but maybe someone else doing it scientifically anyway, so why not take advantage of it? So the topic is called derived observation data. Which actually results in generating 10-day data from daily data or daily data from hourly data.
I'm too old for this. Been around this broken down for way too long. Left my home for this. Starry-eyed, it's no surprise. Things went wrong. What was I thinking, babe? All the mistakes I made. I should have never left your side.
So this is a sort of normal scenario. Okay. Uh, Integrated stuff here with the other. Okay, some guidelines about keeping data uh, accessible, shareable, that kind of thing. Let's look at this one. So the required part is yellow. Required parts in this data ingest are WMO messages, business rules, status log, that kind. Because these weather stations, this document was talking about following the CDMS specifications, so this is what they are going to follow. So data ingest. I want to see if between stations the required parts are the ones that are safe for me to. If I recall, I don't recall that precisely though. Whether the relevant part, that the important part that I want, wind speed, temperature, all that stuff, were they part of the required section or the recommended section? I think it was recommended because it's also marked here. Okay. Business rules message. This is what the messages. Search. Okay, see, this is an important part. If I get the data in buffer format, the binary file, so I most likely need to find a parser, but this sounds like text files. However big the file is, I may be able to parse it. Easier to write a parser for it. So I'm going to write those data formats. Buffer or grib, which was mentioned before, that Metze was making way to these two guys. So this is a binary. We have Cirex, Inop, temp, ship, Netar, and world weather records, which is something we'll look up. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking of some image processing, and that's under this storing weather data smartly in Godot. I thought of a trick, sort of either really dumb or a very clever way of representing data or storing data with images. We'll get to that point there. We need raw data right now. Yeah, I don't have an intimate knowledge of this. That's what I'm trying to do. See, they are talking about documents as scan documents, that sort of stuff. Okay, not the imaging that I was. Yeah, it's about data entry, forms, how you have to be careful, stuff. So about the quality management and guidelines, we come back to that number 100. Data quality control. Data processing system. This might be helpful to 305, right? I'm also writing it right about 306, which was manual on codes. Global data processing system. Because I'm thinking the explanation to the identifiers in the dataset will be part of a bigger PDF document, and the title, I don't think the title will be that obvious. Like the PDF file name will be something else, and a subsection of it will list the definition of those identifiers, which might be one of these files. Well, we are halfway through, so yeah, consistency checks. Look here. the minimum temperature lower than the maximum temperature? And that's another thing too. When I get the data, who is going to sanitize the data, right? Because there are inexperienced operators out there, according to this document. And all fine, network data monitoring. Quality, okay. Skipping these parts because they are about the quality and the collection methods. How do you measure the quality? Okay, this is, yeah, about uncertainty and derived data. This is something that we discussed briefly several minutes ago. Climate metadata. There's nothing required about this. It's recommended, half recommended, half option, which sounds recommended anyway. So, I mean, we recommend you this, but if you don't do it, it's kind of optional. But here it's optional anyway, so it's like, what difference does it make? You don't say required. Anybody who hears it's recommended will take it as an optional choice. Because that's how humans fucking work. Essentially, they don't. If they can help themselves, they rather not work. Well, some people do. Okay, fine. Okay. Kind of skipping that part because it really kind of, metadata stuff. Required. Climate data presentation. Graphical user interface. Time series data exploration. This part is perhaps more integrated search of observation, metadata and data. Yeah, I need to find that data, so I'm glad this is required. The rest is recommended, which is helpful because if they already have their tables and charts that really is representing this data, I can use those visual clues to compare what I'm doing. This is what I kind of see, and their graph is matching the result that I'm experiencing in the game. That's good. Good. Yeah. Okay. Histograms are important. I think this is. Let me see. I need. Yeah, this is what I thought it was. Um, Two different numeric variables. I have a feeling it will be important. Wind roses, graphs. No idea what that means. Oh, sort of like, I see. Not exactly a radar graph, kinda. That's okay. I was planning to have a radar chart. Usually covers an area like this. In all, this one is more like along one axis, or like one dimension, right? It's like north. And there's a minimum and maximum value, so it's like goes as far as half the values. Whatever this green is reserved to, most of it is occupied between 4 and 8 and 8 and 12. That's what this means. Direction wind. Okay, so this might be the speed. So we get northeast winds, mostly this sort of speed. When we get the northeast wind, it's actually only like very, like it's just slight breeze, I guess. So it makes some sense to represent the data. Good, so that they are, if they're offering these choices, I can create some variety. I will put a note here for myself. Investigate. Wind rose. Getter plot. Graphs. Okay. Data massaging. 3D, we saw it up there. Okay. This is the part that is required. So if I recall, it was that 4.3. Yeah, that was where I was writing down the bits of the dataset, right? Double check. 115. Let's go to here. No, see, this is different. 4.1 is they are talking about the metadata 4. This was 100. But they also say data too. Observations data and okay. So okay, they are not really emphasizing it here. This is like kind of bonusy parts, but 4.1 is here. I would like to think that it is actually. Okay, this is the discovery metadata. Yeah, that's a sort of a separate section. Delivery services, good. So This is a required part of the specification, so they have to comply by the formats. Okay. This is fine. Fluffy stuff. Okay, again, kind of okay, but not really. They are not explaining this yellow part here, like the other ones, because I think those formats have been discussed before. This discover metadata, but we don't get to see them here. Oh. Geography markup language application schema 19109, which is, yeah, geographic rules for app schema. Yeah, that's what it provides an abstract representation of the content and structure of information sources. Interesting. So there it is again, that Metsi. The cache schema can be used to develop XML-based data encodings. Okay. 136. I don't have that yet. 2007 geographic information markup language. So there is actually a stem which provides rules for serializing the abstract data model expressed as an application. Okay, so that might be the one language to rule them all, I suppose. 19136 2007 geographic information, geography markup language. Also known as GML. Okay, moving on. Again, the emphasis here. The fact that they put this reference that is one number higher than this one, they are kind of emphasizing that this is sort of already outdated. They are trying to phase it out. They are putting this more in front of us, basically. Okay. Business going on. WMO codes registry. It is buffer grid. Code and flag table. Oh boy. Temperature. Wind speed. Find temperature. I don't think it will. So one of these is speed source. Just let's look in one of them. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, I saw temperature there and it went away. Wind speed. Station 3-1. Different notations. Yeah, I think I'm understanding what this means. They are given where is it? Some kind of code like this, which it means it's wind speed, and there's a unit here. So when you see something like, well, this equals, I don't know, 50. It's 50 meters per second. So yeah, which is a parameter. Okay, so this is kind of making sense. So let's go back to other wind. This is the one we looked at. I'm guessing either one of these might be imperial. This is also meters per second. But this is actually talking about gust. Let's look at this one. It's also speed. So between the two, yeah, look at. Wanna compare. This is the original one. Discipline properties, space products, meteorological products. Categories, momentum, quantitative product. Label, wind speed. Speed. So as far as I'm concerned, I hope I won't encounter any difficulty between like, you know, one data set using one identifier and the other one, this one. If it does, then we'll have to do some kind of lookup table or whatever. We'll see. But I think we are approaching point where we might be able to seek some data and then play with it. So this WMO codes registry, that turned out to be important. Provides a well-defined programmatic, this is what I want. Application programming interface alongside the web application. That's what we need. That's why you need to read the fucking manual. Yeah. Cool. Okay, so I'm feeling more and more confident. Let me emphasize this again. Web-based publication of terms from the menu alone. This publication has kind of turned into this codes registry, which is that app that I just used, which also is sort of this API thing. Altogether, they are the application. Okay, so that's looking healthy, really. Still marveling at it. Okay. Acorn sut. Fine. There it is. The WMO codes registry or formats. This component represents technology suitable for the distribution of a wide range of climate data. So as I recall, there was that buffer 4 and grip 2 in WMO codes registry. Let me double check that. This one, buffer 4 and grip 2. It's confirmed by this document. I'll write it down. Hey man, how we doing? So it's buffer 4, grip 2. It's going okay. I've been quite busy, so I haven't streamed in a while. How have you been? Doing Blender stuff? Unity stuff? How is it going? Curious. Good. Got the project up to counting now. Let's see. Santa is here. Um, I don't think I've seen this before. Trying to make sense of what I'm seeing. Maybe you're writing about it. I won't look at it for another maybe minute. Trying to make sense of what I'm seeing. So there's a board, 5x5. Okay. So there's this red tile that looks like a guy dripping something, let's say. And then two characters, one of which there's like a skirt here, but the other one's skirt is sort of cut off. Ish. Score system. See Twitch smiley faces heads, so it sounds like a Twitch bot kind of game that I think you mentioned this before. Now let me catch up with the chat. Let's see. It's the tic-tac-toe, Connect 4, Minesweeper Battleship mashup or Twitch chat. Yes, you get tokens. Oh, cool. Yeah, I remember you mentioned it. The people would use the Twitch API, or you would use the Twitch API to get the user input. The hieroglyphs are just a font you grabbed to make player markers unique. Cool. Nice. Well done. Yeah, okay, now I understand. The first and the second player in the score list are the tiles. Yes, each one has different tile. Yes, makes sense. Join and then I see by d4 and so cool. Yeah, testing for by two people, you and Nirvana. Cool. So then shout out. Your channel is, let me just put it up in the stream. So this is your speech. So yeah, you're working on really on something really cool, man. People should check it out. So I can actually see, I think, a bigger board here. Yeah. So cool. This looks great. I'll open that imagery again. 50 base points for a tile. Plus 5p per adjacent tile you own, more for other players. I see. So it incentivizes. I see. Yeah. So there's like proximity check, that kind of thing. Yeah, blocking other players, or you kind of claim a certain area there. Very nice. Yeah, it's a creative example of using Unity and public. Well, it's kind of publicly available API. Which, yeah, clustering. Does it also mean though that if people have too many points, they kind of abuse the other players? There's some kind of like a check. This like you cannot spend more than IRC connection to chat. I'm 40 years old, so I actually even remember like yeah, my CQ days. Nobody even knows. You can save up tokens, then buy. Yeah, quietly waiting for an opportune moment, and it's like, damn. Tactical tile purchase. Good job. On a more nerdy note, I'm reading a very long PDF file about weather data. Oh. But I'm really glad to hear your progress. Mines and bombs. Yeah, you mentioned Minesweeper too, right? So yeah, you reveal bombs under tiles. Yeah. Yeah, there's an element of battleship too. Really. Cool. So how is the by the way, COVID going on in your end of the world? Just curious, since this is a good chance to ask about real stuff versus listening to news on TV or YouTube. People tell a different story than the news channel. Keeping an eye on the chat. Let's see. Yeah. I think the world has seen the benefit of being a social in the last year or so. There's nothing wrong with that, actually. I don't know why people call some other people asocial. Just I socialized in a different manner than you guys do. So it doesn't make me asocial. Because it's like from your point of view, all these other people are hypersocial. to pick names, Yeah, I'd rather be quiet, read my book, whatever. It's like I don't. I will welcome company, but I don't need to be around people. It feels needy, or sort of there's something a little bit insecure about it. Yeah. The thing is also like the internet is helping too. It's like you want to get in touch with people. Luckily, we have the internet. Mind you, the problem is like, well, we have too many people. We have enough technology. Could still reach the people. That's fine. But kind of have internet because we have too many people because we want to connect with. Like, there's a bit of dilemma there. We didn't have enough people. Like, we didn't have that many people. The sickness wouldn't have spread it. Then you would not even need maybe internet to connect with people. I don't know. There's something bizarre about it. To the point of being bad at staying in touch with folks. So I guess it's like you get in touch just when it's necessary, then radio silence, and then it's like repeat the cycle. I hear you, man. I hear you. This ninth chapter, I'm skipping it. This is all IT stuff. We don't. Yeah, I completely hear you, man. Like, just enough is enough, Okay, this is about funding management aspects of this weather stuff. Quite helpful. I think we got the bulk of this document anyway. Training people, what skills we should have while doing this job. So I'm cracking the code of climate data. Okay. I guess, yeah. You helped a friend put a roof on one of his buildings. A couple haven't heard of or yeah. So why do you think that is? That statement you just made could mean a lot of different things. So that's why I'm asking. He's busy and you don't care. Yeah, that's a good way of. Well, it's not like you need to have a way of looking at things, but yeah, if that might be a fact. He's busy. It's like I'm really busy with my own work too, and most of these days, yeah, I don't actually spend that much time. My friends either, and as long as people understand that, I do understand when other people. I think this is about again finishing up source stuff. Yeah, that kind of thing takes a lot of time. Small farm, you always find something else to do. It's like I found myself in a similar situation now that I'm running my own business. Well, which looks like most of the time I'm sitting here and coding, but then there's some paperwork or You gotta submit some stuff to conferences, that kind of thing, business meetings. It takes a lot of time, and having a new house, countryside, you always need to fix things. You can no longer call the landlord to fix it. So, cold water. Yeah, yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah, you need to compromise, really. It's nice when you first hear it's like, oh, he has a new place, his own place, whatever. But how much work really does it take to run it? So being busy is quite normal. I think I'm kind of done with this document. We got to the references. This is, yeah, all the way references and maybe some index and appendix. Yep. Okay, so this was a big step forward. If you can actually see the title of this PDF file, which is Climate Data Management System Specification. So this gave us a lot of pointers to useful places where we'll get the data and the explanation for those data points in separate places still, but we are making way. Let me see. He has 2 big dogs and 2 horses. I see. That's a lot of responsibility. Yeah, I tried to wing it, but the thing is, I still have to write the code on some kind of assumptions and systems. Like I can randomize it only so much. If it's going to rely on some kind of presumptions, I may as well tie it to real world, like historical data. As long as I have some baselines, that's good enough. But I'm going to collect data and I want to understand what it means, because they all come with whole like mumbo jumbo, some kind of identifiers. I was actually looking at one of these recently. This one, wind speed. Yeah, it's going to be noted as like this. It's like I won't know if this means wind speed. So that, yeah, that would be nice. Sahara. So if I could crack this code, I could take data from anywhere I could find, and the game will just adjust the weather system accordingly. So I don't have to fake it for each city. They will just behave properly. But glaciers in Sahara might be helpful. Or where am I going next with this? I have almost a full page of notes here. So let's look at ECV, Essential Climate Variables. There's also this website that we tried to find, but there's not a perfect match. This looks like, or this. Yeah, this is part of WMO. I trust this. Oops. I go here. Garden for an ice troll, growing icicles and snowballs. Yeah, could be an elemental warfare game. It's the D&D of urban farming, that kind of thing, maybe. This is useful. This is useful. But where is the wind speed and such? Okay, so we could take the average of 8th and 9th series, since they are still preparing this area or this interval. World Data Center. Okay, where is the data though? Global surface temperature data. That's okay. That's kind of a which looked like the next document. Yeah. Um, so this is not the data set itself. This is talking about the program or let's see. Okay. Let's change the score. Sounded WMO's World Weather and Climate Extremes Archive. Kind of want the normals, not the extremes, but this is maybe. Let me browse first. I'll give you feedback. Site observations. This is good news. Temperature. But I need to know the sites. Yeah, these are extremes measured at this location. Okay. Weather archive home. See, this is the problem. Like, this isn't the first time I'm doing this kind of research. There's a big problem in the data world. Data is not easily accessible, findable, searchable, whatever the fuck it is. It's like, and the formats are all over the place. So if anyone wants to get serious about this, to be honest, you don't need to be a scientist to find the fucking data, okay? And then let alone make sense of it. So this is the problem. Like, I mean, we as a species, we are fucked to fight the climate change or whatever the name it is, okay? Because we don't even have access to the data. Like, I cannot find it. Like, I find bits of it here and there. There is nothing cohesive. It's all over the place. So daily rant over. Well, maybe hourly. So climateweathergc.ca. This is Canadian website. I heard this is a good resource. Historical weather. Let's check it out. Here for my privacy concerns. Toronto, Ontario. Last year, today, let's see how it was. And yet, find it. Brilliant. Or we can, okay, with a bit of delay there, sure. Charts are nice. I need to access the raw data. Like in a file format, maybe? Download it. This is weird. Daily observations. Yeah, no standards. So depending on whose data it's touching. So this effort, WMO, there are standards apparently, but finding the data is proving to be difficult. So here's what I found. Yeah, I did, but with little success. That was months ago. I'll actually look today again too. So this is what I found, which is encouraging. In Toronto, there are a few weather stations, and only one or two of them are complying with the World Meteorological Organization. So it's a standard organization. These weather stations are given an ID, and these guys are following data points that are standard. So whatever that keyword is, if it's reserved for temperature, between all stations, it is marking the temperature. But I still don't have access to the data itself. So there is this data, but I kind of want to find this data for all the other stations too. Because I can only kind of see this for Toronto, but where's the big database? So months ago, I remember downloading a file that was 8 gigabytes. Didn't make much sense to me. Today it's making more sense, except I don't have that file anymore. So maybe third time will be a charm. In a few months I'll figure this out. Worst case scenario, I will write a parser that will actually take this data out for me. Now let me see. I have temperature. This is important. Humidity, I need it. Wind, okay. Speed, gust, pressure, I need it. Precipitation. This is not talking about snow data though. Let's see. Because that thing that I found was differentiating precipitation between snow and which was really helpful. You wouldn't be surprised if I would have to write script to crawl. Yeah. Might have to. But if only I could find that data file. This looks interesting. These arrows, the positions on the map or on the chart, they are reflecting the wind direction too. That's nice. So they are east-northeast, and sometime in the afternoon they turn west-southwest. That's nice. And with their intensity going up. Okay. Yeah, I thought about that. Contacting people who are actually in this business, right? I think I might hit Reddit soon to ask if people are. Yeah. Yeah, maybe on a volunteer basis or something else. They might actually be listed in the credits. The weather consultant. And eventually I will figure something out like this too. This like 10-day, what was it? I wrote down here 10-day data from daily data or daily data from hourly data. That is perfectly possible according to the specifications. I mean, after all, this is how these guys must know something. How to, it's kind of rocket science, but okay. Let me look up whether this is actually good. World Meteorological Organization. I think there are a few tabs about this organization, but let's go weather data. This is Canadian website. Weather stats data download for Toronto. Let's look at this. Let me first close some of this actually, because I feel upset when I have to. So this is I don't think this is relevant. I wrote down some of these guideline numbers. None of it is matching. I see pi. Instruments, methods of observing. I don't think so. This is the one we just read. Publication number 100. This has been mentioned many times. Open this. Don't read it. This is that page. Codes registry, which is important. We'll investigate that page later, but we don't really need this. This is still something we are looking into. Search program, let me see. Cool, man. I hope you implement what you wish without any problems. Maybe I'll drop in sometime. Thank you for coming and commenting. I think this page is also not. Yeah, this is about objectives and the program information. This is kind of important, but I don't see anything. I wonder how many of these separate pages are leading to the same document. This one isn't. It's publication number. Doesn't match anything I have. Information, okay. Find or publish data. Need to expand. Data. Okay. This is maybe perhaps the weather stations. We found some centers like this which was measuring some other stuff, but Toronto wasn't one of. However, that list was too short and this is too long. 398. Let's see. Yeah, this is still that short list though. There is not even Toronto here. Yeah, this is pretty much that other. Yeah, this is that program that I was. Not full. This is that registry that I found. This site. Yeah, except I went into grip 2, which is guides might be important, which we kind of covered anyway, right? One of these documents that I opened about the publication number. If anything, this is the most relevant. Which is, I believe, covering exactly what we have read, or the administrative stuff. Yeah, authentication and how to upload data, all that stuff. Okay, not this one. The schema repository might be important. Finally, manuals. I think this page is done. Here's maybe a 306 manual on codes. Check that out. Schemas. Okay, this is Metsi. And I have written some other schemas, none of which exist. I think this is available on GitHub too. I was looking at this. So here's the schema, but this doesn't tell anything about the data itself. If I need the Metsi schema, I could always come and find it. Here's the procedure file. So this is important perhaps later. And these manual on codes, amendments, the originals are here. So how could it be implemented like 11 days later? We are in 2021. Oh, it's going to be, I see, going to be in use after this date. How could it be implemented? Fine. Yeah, 306, those 4 volumes. See here, or 3 volumes and 3 parts for volume 1 and then separate second volume. So let's look first one. And I come back after I grab some water. let's open it. Dive deep into manual on codes, the national codes. Holy moly! Yeah. So okay, I'm trying to make sense of okay. Part A. Part A. Or one, also known as Part A. 2 is B. 3 is Volume 2 also has Part B and C. So when I'm looking at this table of contents, when it says A, I see, I'm still in this document then. So the fact that there is only one page of table of contents, there must be many gaps here. List of code forms with notes and regulations. It starts at page 9, goes for 155 pages. Very small gap, big gap, another big gap, code table. So that's probably let's look at here. I kind of remember seeing this on a web page that talked about digits. The section. Okay, this is ringing another bell. Synop ship. Some of these data formats. Okay. I'm here again. Can we bookmark this page? Page number 7. Can we bookmark it? This is helpful. Contents. Okay, is it? Okay, keep going down. So part D might be important too. Part B, maybe I'll skip because part A is dealing with alphanumerical codes. Part C is involving a combination of A and B. So since I'm also interested in derived models too, so A and D might be important. Okay. So there's going to be an addendum to this file in 11 days, but not sure how crucial it is to follow that. If the data I'll find is complying with this, then I'll be okay. But I'll keep in mind that some updates are possible. Yeah. Okay, the proposal process, fine. It's not really important. T-Rex. Character form for the representation and exchange of data is the name of a table-driven alphanumeric code for the exchange. Okay, that's one of the data formats. Let's singing more music. Geographical, okay, markup language. Okay, I think besides these different are in code forms, which was 5. Yeah, FM system, whatever that means. So each code form preceded by FM. M12. The session of CSM or CBS. I don't remember what CSM. Okay. Report of surface observation from a fixed land station. D station. Um, I think I'm interested in this one. So it's broken down to different. Yeah, I see Sinop, temp, right? No, I see Sinop, ship. Metar is one of the ones that I wrote earlier. It's a buoy observation. Okay, I'm mostly interested in a fixed land station, really, because it's urban farming, so we don't care about sea stations. So this is most likely in the middle of the sea, not exactly a buoy, maybe, but I think they don't make a distinction between like, seaside city versus an hopping. So this is probably what I'm after. So any data set that is following this might be good. So FM 12 Roman letters XIB tension up sign up. Because yeah, it's really about surface observation. Because some of these are upper wind and like this I think means that like if airplanes are flying over that place, like what's the upper wind? Guessing lower wind is the surface level stuff, which should be covered in here. Again, high altitude pressure stuff. Guessing. Okay, this is narrowing it down. I think it makes sense that they put the most obvious one there. It's Fazoo. Okay, I think we are done here. This is what I recall. Yeah, I remember seeing this somewhere else. So in other words, these three are coming in this code form. What the hell does this mean? See 2mi, 2mj, curly bracket, or a1bw and bmb. This kind of means as many as possible. Ah, it's not a regular expression. Used in FM12 only. Since I'm after this, I'm looking for the one asterisk. So neither of which is used in this. Like 2 uppercase I, triple lowercase. I have no idea what the hell. The code form. Is there enough copy? There's never enough copy. The code form FM12 synop is used for reporting synoptic surface observations from a fixed land station, manned or automatic. The code. Okay. Synop report from a fixed land station is identified by the symbolic letters M, double I, well, double MI, double MJ, equal to double AXX. Code form is made up of figure groups arranged by sections in ascending order. Their numerical indicators. All the groups of section 0 or the first two groups of section 1, which are always included in the report of any surface observed. Because if I'm going to write a parser, I need to really know these rules. This is crucial, and I think this is the place to find it, right? So without getting too much involved, let's investigate the total usefulness of this. It'll be partially useful, and then sometime not go anywhere. Stuff. So if you got to the cloud stuff, section 1, group, cloud, visibility, total cloud, wind direction, DDFF. Twelve two two three. Let's look at 12.3. Air pressure. Precipitation. So this is actually quite detailed. Perhaps there will be examples. This is about the sea stuff, right? The section 2 was for the sea, ocean weather, that, and there will be a section 3. National stuff. There's also a 5th one. As it was described so I think like from land to sea and ocean or something, I'll look at it again. The end of this. Yeah, we were but we were done with the wiki. I don't think they broke this down properly. Or was I oh, okay. Wow, I was under FM 12, 13 sections. This one is IC, it's METAR, which is aerodrome German stuff. So that's not really what we are after. Although made way to my notepad here. some point. I think we are interested in synoptic reports, something like that. So then FM 15 and 16 will have its own code formats. Yeah. Which is important in its for its own reasons, but it's relevant. So then we actually go and check each code form. Essentially, we are done at some point. So we come here. Specifications of symbolic letters. And these are those abbreviations that I think, or notations, like if I find MI, which was mentioned up there too, I think at some point, but here, double I, that kind of thing. There was MI, and then MJ. Identification letters of the report is this. Or this, I see. Okay. So let me go and write some of those section names here, or the code forms. So we definitely have something MI in that format, or MJ. We have double Y, G, B, actually that's double G, and then there's I of W. And then we have curly brackets, double I, it's like Roman letters, and then lowercase I, actually 3 times. And a whole bunch of other things that I believe. So no, this is what I don't understand quite well. When it says used in this, you mean only this part or the whole part here? Let's check it out. This says listing. Let's look at M. Whoa. $226. Character of air mass. I don't think this was there. This is going to be half full. Okay, I think this was there, right? This one, I think. So let me write the whole thing down as a straight. How can I make this easier for myself? I kind of need to see this while I'm browsing the. I will copy this part. Okay, it's So when I do this, used to bring the tool here. So what am I after? I'm after paint, perhaps. Paste this here. Oh, okay. We'll get back to you, sir. I will now investigate MI, which we just looked actually, kind of. Which is basically saying, confirming that MI, and MJ, it's basically saying that, hey, look, this is going to comply with FM12, which is synoptic. Then we have D. I don't know whether these dots mean any more D's coming next, right after the first D. D. Okay, D. Okay, D. Holy moly. Some D. Ship's call sign consisting of 3 or more alphanumeric characters, which is only valid for 13, because when it said ship, that's the C, and C was the 13, so it's not part of synoptic, which also means that this DD symbol. Okay, so now I think I'm understanding this. Asterisk doesn't apply to the last character, it's applying to the whole block. So it's not like A1 BW will be relevant, only this MB will be irrelevant for FM12. So this whole batch will be irrelevant. I bet if you find something like this, it will not have FM12 in its details. So I need to be looking for some identifier. Looks like A1, some other bullshit. Uppercase A1. This one doesn't come with that format. Okay, let's see. Yeah, WMO whatever starts with A1, which is FM30. Let's look at BW. If there's anything like A1 BW or A and BW, doesn't exist. Moving forward, BW, lowercase bw. So yeah, this is all going to be 13 stuff. So NB, let's speed it up. NB, number of icebergs with the area, that doesn't even comply to 13. Actually, that's N uppercase B. We are looking for N lowercase b, and maybe 3 of them next to each other. Where are we? Here. Doesn't even exist. There's N lowercase a twice. Okay, there it is. Yeah, 13. So that's just another identifier altogether. Okay. Which means YY, GG, and IW is relevant to FM12. Also, in this section, only II, uppercase I, lowercase triple I, that's also important too. And here, this is irrelevant. So our format is essentially, so the first MIs are indicating that this is going to be FM12. And this is bullshit. So we are looking for YY, BG, I of W, and then maybe there's some kind of space or whatever. We have double uppercase I, triple lowercase I. Now, if I recall, if double M meant once, Y indicates year. Holy moly. Let's see. Y. Day of the month. Surprise, surprise. Day of the month. With 01 indicating the first day. On which the actual time of observation falls, FM12 or B in these formats. So day of the month, the YY is day of the month. And maybe GG is actually what? There's GGIW. Let's make sure we are not skipping anything. IW might be its own. Actual time of observation to the nearest whole hour for FM12. In the case of surface observations, that's what we are interested in. The actual time of observation is the time at which the barometer is read. Not interested, not interested. EG is time of observation. The day of the month, time of observation. So you have an accurate time of the day. But which month? Where is the month identifier? We don't know. Okay, for other possibilities, let's look at the possibility whether we have GGI of W. So that means we will have just a separate I. And after that, we'll come to these double I's. I. Indicator for source and units of wind speed. Code table 1. This one is for source and units of wind speed. Code table 1855. Okay, next batch is double I. Did I miss that? Double I, yeah, block number. Block numbers define the area in which the reporting station is situated. They are allocated to one country or a part of it or more countries in the same region. The list of block numbers for all countries is given. Okay, that's what we need. Weather reporting publication number 9. Awesome. Okay, double I is like its block number. What does it mean in this context? But this defines the area. Okay, this is not the station's ID, but maybe there's some kind of like reverse lookup that this reporting station belongs to a certain region, which is described by this block number. So I'll write it as like the station's regional code, something. Okay. And there's WMO publication number 9. About this. So finally, triple I is here. Station number. Finally. See section D of this volume. Sure. Now, in section 0, I think there was a description here, right? There was the page here that talked about sections. Right after use of sections, talked about like section 0 right there, I think. Yeah, group IX. Okay, and I think they will comply with this kind of format. Okay, awesome. So section 0, as far as I can tell, is giving you the block number and the station number and time of the observation for a day of the month. And the IW, there's another thing here which is giving you source and units of wind speed. So section 0 is right away giving you wind speed. We still have no idea about the temperature. Maybe some of these guys will do that. So, okay. I think I use my own deduction to make sense of these blocks, but here's some explanation. Yeah, use of groups. The group blah blah, as I just wrote down for the synop, shall be included as the first line of the text. Provide all the reports of the bulletin at the same time. Same unit for reporting wind speed. And if it's the other case, then we see it. Okay. Reports from a fixed, in this case, fixed land station shall always contain at least sections 0 and 1. Since we know this is wind, we are hoping that everything else we need will be done in one. Report from a coastal land station contain real-time data. That report shall also include section 2. We'll see. The identification and position of a fixed land station shall be indicated by means of the group. Yes, we already figured that out. D, which is not interesting for us. Okay, C station. I think this distinction is not going to be relevant because when I find, well, if I happen to find a lot of stations in a city, I will pick the one that actually has the format that I want, so that I don't accidentally read the data from here, which is going to be more or less similar, but. And this is again ship data. This is okay. Auxiliary ships, okay. Okay, section 1. Base of lowest cloud age. This group shall always be included in the report. Visibility VV. Okay, I think I'm really making sense of this. Cloud coverage. Good. I think I will pick the ones that are relevant. So I'm skipping all this because it's giving you useful information. But I think we got the hang of it. Definitely section 0 and 1. Section 2 is sounding more and more like tip stuff. I will check. Yeah, regional stuff. So this is what I'm also understanding too. When I look here, this is going from sort of land, this ship stuff, more remote, and then it's like the more regional stuff here. What's happening? Let's look at section 1. IR, IXH. So is also, we can see that there are fewer exceptions here. We don't have that many asterisks, which means here's like maybe one major group, another major group, another major group. So I am guessing this is going to tell us about this VV. They talked about cloudiness or something. Maybe temperature here, pressure, P, precipitation maybe, I'm guessing. Anyway, in the end, I think this is going to give us, we already know what GG stands for. It's a time of observation. And maybe this will have something to do with the date, like properly. And I can already see some kind of ID system used, like 987 654 321 00, and then this is some kind of a, just get this out of there first. So this is section 0. This whole exercise might be for nothing, but I feel like as soon as I find data, I will have to figure it out anyway. Of course, the assumption that this data is available to me. I will maybe spend another half an hour figuring this out. I'll seek some data, because if I can't find the data, figuring it out might be for nothing. IR. So we need IR AX H we. I think we were, yeah. Oops, I uppercase R. Indicator for inclusion or omission of precipitation date. So I'll just say the station data question mark. That's what it marks. There's ix, this one. There is no lowercase upper. It's hard to know if it's uppercase. Okay, we finished the uppercases. It's the lowercases. Indicator for type of station operation. Band or automatic. I see. Or for present and past. Okay, this sounds a bit more like metadata stuff, right? Whether the precipitation data exists or not, kind of as we saw in IR. IX is type of station. So what is H? Just H. Give me H. Height above surface of the base of the lowest clouds. Height above surface of the base of the lowest cloud seen. It's a mouthful. There's a lowest cloud somewhere. That's just fucked up, man. I don't know. Some fucking height. They were really high writing this document. It's mouthful. Horizontal visibility at surface. If the distance of visibility is between two of the distances given, the code figure for the smaller distance shall be reported. If the distance is 350 meters, code figure 03 shall be reported. This somehow feels important. Horizontal visibility. The funny thing is that height meant something to me too, but the explanation was horrible. When you fly, sometimes they tell you like the it's a cloudy day, but how high the clouds are, that kind of thing. You see the height is making sense, like how tall the plane has to climb to hit the lowest cloud range, let's say. I'm guessing that height is meant that, like the lowest if that value is low, the clouds are closer to the surface. That's what I'm thinking. So whether it's an open day or sort of overcast, but also like sort of this pressure, that kind of thing might change. So we are kind of done with that. Then this is section 1. Still continuing. We have N, D, D, F, F. That also sounds like metadata. N, total cloud cover. The symbolic letter shall embrace the total fraction of the celestial dome covered by clouds, irrespective of their total cloud cover. Kind of makes sense to put this together with the previous batch, but oh, maybe they only want to use 5 letters at a time. That's the pattern that I'm seeing. Batches of 5 IDs, I see. Okay. So then we have double D. Whatever that means, we'll find out soon. Double D. True direction. In tens of degrees. From which the wind is blowing. Or will blow. Of course, when you're at the North Pole, it kind of doesn't matter, right? Oh, these are DD for other contexts. True direction in tens of degrees. It's like it says 150 degrees, that kind of true direction. True wind direction. Why is it true? I have no idea. What it probably means something in weather context. Also, from which wind is blowing. This is important because sometimes you see those markers like it says like north. Is it blowing from north to south or is it blowing to north? It's a big difference. From which? Because that's going to change the way I move things in the world, right? After DD, we have double F. Wind speed in units indicated by IW, which was source and units of wind speed, which was already marked in the end of the first batch of section 0. Interesting. Wind speed. So what was IW doing? Source and units of wind speed. So it could be imperial or metric. I see. But FF is the value. In units indicated, I see. In IW units. If wind speed is 99 units or more, see regulation. Interesting. Cool. Moving forward. Not sure why this is in brackets in was there a section at the beginning of this file that talked about I read too many documents today. One of them, I think it talked about brackets as an option. And there's this madness, the curly braces. Some of these guys don't have. Nevertheless, we are still in section 1 with the bracket, double O, and triple F. I'll try to find that bracket soon. Let's look at double O. You can only guess it's at the end. Or not. But A didn't reveal it. Kind of unfortunate. Missing something. I don't think that's all right, because we saw one there. Uh-huh. This might be a different madness. Yeah, I think this is a different madness. So funny thing is, I'll double check double O just in case. And they did not include it for a good reason, because this is what I was about to say. Sometimes you will see a line across, sort of diagonal, inside what looks like an O, which is actually zero in some fonts or in some old computing systems. So you could differentiate between uppercase O and real zero, numerical zero, so then things don't look confusing. So they did not actually include any letters with O, which is good. So it prevents the confusion. Just proof that this is really O. Sorry, this is really zero. Except we don't find anything with single or double zero. Don't think we can find anything about one either. I think there's probably some kind of discussion in the section parts here, because there's a repeating pattern that I see. It's 0, 1, 2, and whatever. I will look here to see if I actually saw anything about that, the brackets and such. Skim. Yeah, this was about the committees and such. Definition. This. Somewhere here, and then we get to this code form. Ends with the list that we just saw. Code form is divided into a number of sections as follows. Is okay, the main groups. Yeah, base of lowest cloud age. That's exactly what I was thinking. So this is the height to the lowest cloud. This group shall always be included in the report. Okay. So I just finished, and yeah, DDFF. Good. I should write this document's name, because I'm afraid I'm going to close this PDF. Manual on codes. This is a very useful. Which is 306. Yes. The Brilliant document. Total cloud cover N. We actually did that. True wind from direction, which is talking about Venus. Yeah. So when N is 0, there is no cloud. It's perfect, like open sky, right? Blue sky or stars, like sea. This is important because I can really play with this data. Wind direction and speed. Okay, so now these parts make more sense. Interestingly enough, yes. So the brackets, as I was guessing, it's an optional thing because when the wind speed in units indicated by IW is 99 units or more, which was mentioned in the explanation of FF in the details down below, right? It said refer to some kind of, and it is pointed out here that if it's above 99, you just mark this value as 99. And then you use the following group, 00FFF. It shall be included immediately following. It's interesting because this group depends on IW being higher than 99. That's what it means. Everything looks under control. So I will get to this point too, which is page 37. I will look at FFF, which actually is really similar to the double F we just investigated. We'll just say, well, see, FF is only measuring 2 digits, I believe. This is yeah. So double F is measuring somewhere. I saw double F continued. Okay, right there. So indicated by IW, and as it was saying, if it's 99 or more, C regulation, whatever, which is actually somewhere, but some also at the beginning of this document it says something about this. Then you proceed to 00FFF, which is this is again in units indicated by IW if it's higher than 99. So these three are the digits for high wind speed. This is making more sense by the minute. So then we have another group, 1SN TTT. Okay, is 1SN TTT. Now we don't really have any specification about what these mean, but we understand they are just numbered groups. So we are after SN. 2 or 3 anyway. So we need to find SN. Let's see. Sign of the data. Relative humidity indicator. Sign of the data. comma. When I see a comma and end statement there, my mind goes to sign of relative humidity. There's sign of the data. Well, isn't relative humidity indicator itself? I guess what they will mean is that because Sn will be followed by triple uppercase T, which is the value of the relative humidity. This is basically the sign of it. Why do you have to emphasize the maybe? Yeah, it's only Sn is only reserved for marking the sign of humidity. It's not a generic sign of any other data. So I'm guessing there will be another structure like this for a different indicator. Something like Pn. I'm making it up, but whatever it is that is important. By the way, this is lowercase sn, right? Yes, it is. I somehow wrote it kind of uppercase in my book. So I'm writing it as sign of data, which makes sense to me. I don't care about what data it is. I will make sense of it right now by looking at triple uppercase T. Should be here. This is different. This is the air temperature. There you go. Oh, let's see. This is the way they organize some of these groups. The letters are in kind of different places. Because the sign of data that we just talked about relative humidity, all right? It has nothing to do with the air temp. Well, technically it does, but it's not like it's marking the sign of air temperature. So air temperature in tenths of a degree Celsius. But its sign being given by Sn. Okay. Air temperature in tenths of a degree Celsius. This means that it's giving you like 23.1. So I'm guessing if you read 231, we should assume it's 23 degrees, 23 and like 23.1 Celsius. That's what in tenths a degree. So it's 1 decimal precision, in other words. And we already looked at Sn as decimal, the sign of data. Double check. Where are you? Sn. Right there, sign of the data. And relative humidity indicator. I'm guessing this is gonna be coming up soon. Relative humidity indicator. Let's look it up if there's any more Sn here. There is, right there. And there was some reference to triple U's. There it is. No more Sn business here. Okay, in here there's more Sn business, again related to T markers. Sure. Okay, so we are done with this group 2. On to the 5th group. Is in brackets. Curly braces. Let's see. It can either be 2 Sn. Well, 2 is the group thingy. 2SN PD 4 29 triple U. Somehow I remember seeing 9 somewhere. Did I? But if I could see 9, there should be. Was that part of the conversation here? This is the conversation, right? Section number. Yeah. Group. There you go. So let's actually clarify that SN business, as we did with the wind direction and the brackets business. Groups 1 SN, 2 SN. So it's including 4 groups here as part of it. Shall be included whenever the corresponding data are available, unless stated otherwise in specific regulations. When data are not available, under unusual conditions, when the dew point temperature is temporarily unavailable, but relative humidity is available, the group 29 triple U will replace the group. This looks familiar. It's as if some units are above a certain value, you kind of some business. Okay. I think this is going to be relevant soon, but I think we kind of nailed down this SN business fine. Does it in different contexts here, and then it moves forward 4 pp and okay 5 ap, quickly browse. Okay, we come back to 3. We'll look at this. In other words, SN is again the sign. We should look for the TDs. D and then lowercase d. I think I just saw a bunch. Dew point temperature. Sign being given by SN. C not 1 under triple U. Dew point, okay, that's a separate section. So it's dew point temperature. So this is just one section. Or, I see. If this doesn't show up in the measurements or air or whatever, then we switch to triple U's. Relative humidity of the air. Percent. Funnily enough, this is kind of what I'm interested in, but they make every effort to measure the other way. Because I already have an equation that's taking relative humidity of doing something awesome. In percent. Okay. First figure being 0 except for, well, yeah, if it's 0.50, it's 50%. Okay. And there is no sign here. I think they filled it with 9. It's the second group again, but 9 and then Okay, this is making more sense by the minute. Will we continue it after a short break? Continue. So I just finished the second, well, fifth group, but marked as second. And I think the question that I'm not asking myself is, I think I answered that question. So when you have an OR case, it's marked with the curly braces. That's what I'm understanding. So this is an OR case, but this means if the group altogether is necessary or not. This is a bit of different case because this group is necessary, but it can be in either format. Okay, I have a guess. This will be pressure. So P0. Let's find out. Faster to come from here. And then maybe I should have written the other one down. There's some other P too. This is the one. Pressure at station level. In tenths of a hectopascal. Pressure at the station level. Just pressure. Intense. Now I know that the pressure is shown as this is kilopascal. When you say hectopascal, it's actually this is 1026 hectopascal. I know my metric system. This I think I do. Okay, kilopascal, hectopascal. Can you do it? Well, the fact that this is pascal, you divide by 1000, and hectopascal is just actually 1. I don't know how to say it in English. Let's say 1 level degree down. So you multiply by 10. Goes into. By the way, there's a difference between hecto and hecta. Hecto. But I think I'm really guessing what it is because this is 4 digits, right? And yeah, it makes sense. So they will give it as like 1000, like 1026. That's the hectopascal. They actually reserve 4 digits. I'm confident it is that. Pressure in hectopascal, HPA. Okay, that's what it means. I think there is a different website, convertonline.com. There used to be a site that I used to use. Yeah, hectopascal right there. Select input. Or the other way around. Okay, sorry, kilopascal. Yeah, hectopascal. There you go. 1026. So then you have people don't usually use like you skip that part between hecto and pascal. Let's see if they are actually bothered. They didn't. Let me find that website. I think Was it convert anything? If I see the design, I will remember. It's like I'll say this is the one, but in ages. Totally wasting time right now. Very right. Yeah, actually, this is the same idea. See, because the what it is measuring is not important. 1026. You gotta put the kilograms here, which is like kilopascal, right? Wow. Would you stop converting it? Still typing here. Yeah, you multiply it by 1000 to get to grams and hectograms, which is in grams world. They don't really care. In the pressure world, I guess that's what they. And then you have like decagrams. Yeah. And yeah, this is kind of a very dumbed down version. Sorry to say, but online conversion. This is the one. Yes, I remember the domain name right. Online, which lets you convert between a lot of things. I think there's even like a whole list here. Say here pressure. Convert what quantity? Kilopascal. Okay. Hectopascal 1026. That's what I mean. So then there's going to be see, normally it's actually decopascal or whatever, but they don't care about those things. This world, the pressure world. There's decapascal, which is 100 times of this instead of 10 times. And then 1000 times is the decipascal is, yeah, 1 after gram or sort of pascal, and then after that you go to like the centimeter level, which is centipascal. Okay. So they actually have it here in this website. Cool. Back to the original. In tenths of a pascal, omitting thousands digit of hectopascals of the pressure. The fact that it's 4 digits. And then it mentions tenths of a pascal. There's something tricky about this description. Omitting thousands digit of. Because here's what I'll actually talk, like I'll say about this. If it's giving the value in hectopascals, and if it's also doing in tenths of a hectopascal, this is the tenths, but it's kilopascal. So first it converts this to hectopascal, so it's actually 1026, but it's as if it's ignoring this part so that it can give like 0 to 6 point some other detail. I guess I'll know when I see the data, but from this description it sounds like it's dropping the that 1000, because usually the pressure is going around these numbers. So instead of repeating or wasting space with that 1 in the 1000 unit, like I'll try to find historical pressure data. I don't think it makes sense what they are dropping. Yeah, it's in such a narrow band that they are dropping that 1000 so that the values could be tracked more meaningfully. This is out of today, this is today. It's fluctuating ever so slightly, and I actually want to see maybe a longer sort of time frame. Can we actually do that? Pressure station hourly. Change location. Where do we choose whether it's hourly or not? By the way, I might have found the data. Ah. I have to double check if this data is compliant with what I have. Yeah, it's not. Because see, this is CSV, it's talking about all this. Maybe it's important, maybe it's not. But I'm on a different track right now. This is my last resort, something like this. Which is the reason why I don't want to deal with something like this. Different weather stations will have different formats, and I don't want to spend hours figuring out which point here is the same data point in a different data set. That. But I think my guess here about this is going to be right. So then we come back to this optional case where there are 4 and there are 4 P's or 4 A3 triple H. This may be pressure again, and then let's write down the next batch 5A triple P. I think I'll squeeze everything here. 6 triple uppercase R and TR. Let's investigate PP. Q, P. Did I just skip? That's 4P. Yeah, 4P, okay. Pressure at mean sea level. In tenths of a hectopascal again. By the way, isn't that what we just saw? That I was supposed to look at P zeros? 4 P's. Yeah, I just actually looked at. No. I see. I looked at this. They look very similar and very close to each other. Okay. This is a different one. So 4. Let's double check. For 4 POs, pressure at station level. Big difference. Pressure, station level. And then this one is pressure at sea level. I think I'll go for pressure at station level. Simplify it. at sea level. Again, hectopascal, HPO, intense, same idea. Or we have 4A3 HHH, and I'm sure there's some explanation about it, which we'll read soon. Let's look at the HHH. Geopotential of an agreed standard isobaric surface given by A3 in standard geopotential meters. So if we could figure that out, I think world peace will be achieved. I have no intention to understand it, for I know what A3 means. Lowercase comes after. Standard isobaric surface. So the other one is talking about this one is talking about that. Standard isobaric surface. So if I know what isobaric surface means, maybe I'll understand it standard. Constant pressure. Okay, looking at this, and the first thing is reminding me of some classes in university. Surface in the pressure is equal. Okay, yeah. Isobaric. Okay. Equal pressure everywhere. So what does this mean for us? Discussion point. I think it's going to say where one measurement is not available. A little bit up. Where the hell was it? Okay. Whenever air pressure at mean sea level can be computed, this pressure shall be reported. So again, whenever it's possible, they prioritize this. Another exception here. For a station lying in a data-sparse area of the synoptic network, reasonable accuracy will be obtained when using a reduction. A high-level station which cannot give pressure at mean sea level to a satisfactory shall report to 3PO. Let's read that again. A high-level station which cannot give pressure at mean sea level. High-level station, in this case, high elevation station. So I guess going to the sea level is difficult, understandably. Shall report both the station level pressure group, which is the measured one, and the geopotential height of an agreed standard isobaric surface. In that case, the group shall be replaced by the group. So see, I see, okay. Because the fourth group there with the uppercase 4P's is about the pressure at sea level, which they cannot really measure it. So they resort to A3 Triple H, which is sort of an agreed upon standard isobaric surface, and they do calculations there, I'm guessing. So either way, that value is going to give us the pressure at sea level. Whether I care about the station level pressure or sea level pressure is my own problem. The level chosen for each station is indicated weather reporting. The reason why this might be important for me, some cities will be on mountaintops, and maybe it is in fact important. Let's look at this H value again, because it talked about some those fine details about the geopotential of an area. You know what I'll do? Because in the case if the I don't think I'll care about this whole group anyway. Because if it's going to give me the geopotential, this is not exactly giving me the pressure itself, right? In this Triple H case, I have to do some kind of conversion myself. So most likely there is this value of A3 with H, Triple H, that I have to combine to get to a certain number of pressure in pascals or hectopascals, whatever. So I think I'll prioritize this one. So as much as possible, I will try to use this one. Moving on, 5A triple P. 5A lowercase, so we are here. Let's get to it. Sorry, to yo-yo. Characteristic of pressure tendency. During the three hours preceding the time of observation, which is because we actually have something like this. It's at this pressure level, it's falling. Most likely, having this data is going to be kind of useless in the game. Well, the indicator itself is useful, but reading the existing data is kind of useless because the game will have to calculate whether it's falling or rising based on some other assumptions. So reading the historical data whether it was falling or not is, maybe we could estimate some kind of like, well, how many times it's falling or rising? Is it stable most of the time? There was that graphic we were looking at. This one. This one. Rising, 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 rising. And here it's falling, falling, falling. So when it's actually rising or falling too abruptly, drops too much, we have rain. Can we look at a different date? Weatherstats.ca, but again, that's Canadian. Want something worldwide. Let's look at pressure, air pressure. What was I looking at? Station pressure. Station pressure. Hourly data, daily data. Yeah, there you go. You can actually pull this back like a month or two, you know. We had some shitty weather this summer in the August and September. But this is what I was talking about. When they dropped that 1000th digit, when it drops below 1000, so you're at like 970 something. So in hectopascals, this is like say 987.4. That's what they do. So in other words, there has to be some kind of like an if condition. If that value is over 1, means you actually drop below 1000. So you are hovering around 987. If the first digit is 1, well, in that case, no, it's not 1, because it's going to be. Yeah, because it's right around that edge. It drops either below or it goes right above. When they drop that first digit, things may actually be hectic. Like in this case, they are going to represent this value 0056. What does it mean actually? So you have to assume that it's actually 100.56 kilopascal. Shit will ensue. Characteristic of pressure tendency during the 3 hours preceding. So I'm marking this as pressure tendency. Okay. So in other words, I bet the other triple p, lowercase p's, will be about pressure. Amount of pressure tendency at station level during the 3 hours preceding the time began in hectopascal expressed in tenths. Amount of pressure tendency. I guess they mean while it's falling, but how? It's not going to be mentioned. Amount of tendency or amount of pressure, then amount of it. Okay. Then we have 6 uppercase triple R. Whoops. Too fast. Amount of precipitation which has fallen during the period preceding the time of observation, as indicated by TR. This time they kind of reversed it, so they put the time up, the marker after. Amount of precipitation which has fallen. When it says code table this, which is probably going to talk about, like, is it in centimeters or millimeters, because this one is talking about millimeters. Amount of precipitation. Precipitation. During TR, I'll let's look at TR. This boy. Duration or period of reference for amount of precipitation. Ending at the time of the report. So if it says 3, the value that you see in R is 3 hours, I'm guessing. I'll write it as period during which precipitation happened ending at the time of report. Okay. Let's look at that triple R again. Oops. R triple PR. Possibly it's going to talk about times and whatever. Let's just quickly look at this if it exists in this document. Okay. Let's see. Okay, code figure. So yeah, as I was guessing, okay, it's millimeters, so it's that. 1 millimeter. The fuck? 988 millimeters. 989. 990 is. So when you get to 990, you don't keep counting. Oh, because I don't think it's realistic to have that much rain, right? This is almost a meter. So when you get to that point, you say, okay, 990, it's almost no rain. And now from here, it's actually going in the opposite direction. So it's like the 10% of this. It's like 0, 1, and then you start counting up again. Kind of reset a new baseline. And then after this, you don't measure it. So it's always 3 digits. So then there's the TR. Let's look at that table. Some sense. TR. Table, code table for code figure. See, funny thing is, I think I'll have to write some kind of parser because I cannot just read the core value. Like seeing this 2 doesn't mean it's 2 hours. This is a code number for 12 hours. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 is 5, 6, 7. I don't know. I guess this is the most common way, 6 hours preceding. So that's 1, 2, 3. Every 6 hours ish. Okay. This is going to be an interesting thing. As soon as I find the data, really, really interesting. Moving on. Optional. Seems like a World War crisis here. Seven. Double W. Uppercase W1, uppercase W2, or 7 double W of A. Holy moly. And then there's the A1, A2, 8, NH, CL, CM, CH. Like low, maximum, low, high, low, medium, high, missing. 9, double G, double G. So far, what have we covered? We have covered air temperature, wind speed, I like it. Pressure, I like it. Humidity, we covered it too. Dew point, relative humidity. Actually, in that case, I think they prefer the PD structure, which I'm quite happy with. Let's look at these last 3. I think we might be covering all the basics. So 7 W something. W. We start with the lowercase double W. The one. Present weather reported for a manned weather station. You know, some of these things, because I have not been looking at these tables, I've been kind of ignoring them, right? Manned or automatic, which was mentioned at the beginning, whether the type of station is manned or not, which is what I recall. Type of station IX in section 1. There it is. 4, 6. Yeah, see, it's all complicated. Now we are back to precipitation again. No precipitation at okay. Yeah, when I look at this, it doesn't always mean double digits, right? The code number like are these examples? 0049 00 cloud development not observed or not observable. Look at 49 if there is. No. Okay, this is a special code which only means this. And you have this one, that 0 to 19. But this is always 0 here. Except for 11 and 12. More or less continuous. It's fog. Shallow fog or ice fog at the station. So when I see 00, I'm expecting to see numbers from 00 to 19 or just 49. Then I may see 20. And then, okay, so this actually looks like the range from 0 to 19. This is like from 20 to 2019. Oh, okay, it's still 2 digits. Sorry. Trying to make sense of this, the way they write this stuff. I'm guessing it's really not with a dash. Say it's just going to be maybe 05, then it's haze. Okay, if it's 25, then you are just reading this. You don't say 20-25. Guessing, because I don't really have an example of data here. Anyway, here's the code numbers. So here's an interesting thing. When I talked about precipitation a few hours ago, or in the previous data block, when this is talking about amount of precipitation, it's not differentiating between rain or snow, but here you can actually differentiate it. Here's the rain, here's the snow, but the amount of precipitation is basically in either condition. So important, super important. Go back to craziness. Present weather reported. So this is very important part. Perhaps this is the most important thing. Well, big differentiator. I'm typing it important here. Not sure how I can describe everything I have seen in that code table. For correct use of the code, it is necessary to study with care Part 3 of the International Cloud Atlas, okay, which deals with meteors other than clouds. The plot thickens. The first figure of the scale, double W, indicates grosso modo division of the scale into 10 deciles, numbered 09, which correspond, I think there's a grammatical error, which corresponds to 10 principal categories of weather. Firstly, decile, the most suitable to the general state of the weather is 10 in the complete list. So I think I was right, but the dash. Then in the complete list, the code figure is chosen which best describes the weather at the time, during the period of 1 hour immediately preceding it. In making the choice of the decile or in determining the complete code figure, one doesn't take into account meteorological phenomena, which have been experienced more than 1 hour before the observation. So let's look at that. Fine. Dust storm, sandstorm. Okay. So the 50s are for drizzle, 60s are for rain. Rain not freezing intermittent, rain not freezing continuous. So we had a bit of a rain situation here too. Precipitation. So I think this is what they said the most commonly used. Tornado cloud or water spout. Double is which is where we still have funnel clouds. Yeah, it's still the most commonly seen events here. Funnel clouds, squalls. Okay. Something as eventful as tornado is still within our sight. So this is present weather. I'll call it important. It's present weather. I think that is going to be kind of crucial to make sense of the generic events here. Then I move forward to W1 uppercase. Past weather with W2. 4561. This also makes sense of that too. Man station operations use only the group, which is the one I'm investigating, and indicator IX as I mentioned. Automatic station operations normally use the group, which is the second one I wrote down, and indicator blah blah. However, only when an automatic station operation is sufficiently sophisticated and able to cope automatically with code something should the group okay. There's a bit of conflicting information there about that. Yeah, either way, this is something that we have just discussed in the lowercase w's. Um, this is past weather. So it's like, well, the current weather with the small w that we just looked, double W, okay? Maybe it's looking open sky and whatever, but in the past weather, it's going to say rain. It was just raining. It's during past hour. Okay. Past weather. Again, when I have the data in front of me, I'll make some sense of this. Also some other stuff here too. Code flag table. Yeah, these are going to be coming from those web pages. Moving forward, there is probably going to be a section here that is going to discuss this madness. Use, it's okay. Don't want to miss anything here. Looked here. Okay, we made some sense where. Okay. Yeah, this is about automatic station or manned station, that kind of thing. Automatic stations, okay. Solidity. Fine. Let's look here. Group 6 are, I think, yeah, this is something that I discovered, the 6 hours increments, okay. But now I actually read about it. And this was about those numbers going above. Okay, so this is the part that is kind of important, kind of confusing. This group shall be included, operated after a period of closure at startup when past weather conditions for the period applicable are unknown, and shall take the form 7 ww solidity even if, see, where a single past weather form is recognized, it shall take the form of. So they are omitting that last part. Both cases. There was some about the solidity here, right? It said, where did I just read that? Like, because it's right here. Like when something is not really known, you put a solidity there. Yeah, something unavailable is solidity. Of the W code table, okay. Without significance. I have a feeling I'll have to read some of this again. I'm just deciding because there's a big or statement here. Which one of these is more relevant for me? This group shall be omitted if both present and past weather were not available. So we may completely skip. If more than one form of weather is observed, the highest applicable code figure shall be selected for the group. Yeah, the upper or statement there. Other weather may be reported in section 3 using the group of this kind of further down kind of thing. Yeah, repeat as necessary in any case in the group blah blah code figures 17 shall have precedence over figures 2. 9, yeah, 20 is looked everything in there as the numbers went higher look more special cases. The thing is, some human beings or machines are already programmed to fill in all this information based on observation and measurement. These numbers are already mapped, or the observations and the measurements are mapped to these values. Also, I'm guessing another human being at the news stations and whatever, they kind of try to make sense of this. And now you have, yeah, discussion points here. When it's 10, but if it's 11 or 12, okay, I see. Yeah, so we are setting this as sort of a baseline condition. Then you have crazy cases like this. This is a very big, like this is kind of the report, the experience part for the player or for the human beings. It's more like this is the result of everything that we have seen so far. It's the reporting phase. It's the shower time. In essence, without even looking at the data, if we see this, like there's enough evidence, the previous values that we'll have a shower. Yeah, this is a massive section with this W's, wells and such, which happens in Toronto, I know. Yeah, massive section still going on page after page. This is a definitely read later very carefully, at least twice. Now we finally get to 8. Now I'm still going to look at those other letters before I move on to number 8. I don't think I'll see anything super different. They talked about why these conditions might have been present. Weather reported, this is for the automatic weather station. Again, these two are, the WA is the automatic station. The other one is manual station. And this WA1 is going to be the automatic version of yeah, like big W1 was the manual pass weather, and big WA1 will be the automatic weather station pass weather. 8 NH. NH should be interesting. Amount of all the Cl cloud present. So I already made a guess about Cl, Cm, Ch, which is sort of, I think, low, medium, high. Sounded like maybe the height or something for the cloudings. Amount of all the Cl cloud present, or if no Cl cloud is present, the amount of all the Cm cloud present. So it's so if Cl exists, it's the amount of Cl. Else, it's the amount of Cl. I'll write a note here, sort of amount if L else M. Let's look at Cl and Cm, whatever they mean. First Cl, clouds of the genera stratocumulus, stratus, cumulus, cumulonimbus. Cloud types. Okay. Wasn't low, medium, high. The cloud types. The figure to be reported for Cl shall be determined on the basis of the detailed description. Low clouds. Okay, it's still the low clouds group though. Description of the low clouds. Look at Cm. Class of the genera, whatever. The figure to be reported for that shall be determined. Same phrases almost. Of Cm clouds. And illustrations, okay. They did not say the low or the medium, but let's look at Ch. Cirrus, cirrocumulus, cirrostratus. The figure CH9 shall be used when the predominant H clouds are cirrocumulus, although smaller amounts of I'm marking this group as cloud types plus when we look at the figure CH9 shall be used. Cirrocumulus. Yeah, see, this is the funny thing. It's like this group can go from 1 to 8, but then 9 can be used. Can all be 9 or can all be 5 during the same day? Okay. So I just typed it cloud types. Probably under some code table. Let's look at the simple case. No clouds. No nothing. Cumulus humilis. Cumulus fractus. Other than bad weather. Why do we have two figures? Why do we have two stratocumulus cumulogenitus? Like short explanation. Stratocumulus formed by spreading out of cumulus. Cumulus may also be present. Other than it's not really doing much. Like it's invisible owing to darkness, fog, and whatever. These are invisible owing to dark. Yeah, same shit. It's not like I'm reading crucially different, right? Others similar. Like skip this column. Merge some of this sentence here. Yeah, this is so let's look at the CH one. They talked about 0 to 8, or it could be 9. 0 cumulus alone, or we will never get really that high up in the sky to see, but we'll see some dark patches or whatever. There's shadow cast on the ground, and it will definitely affect the weather. So maybe section is kind of flavor. So I'm considering 8 as the cloud section. There's also 9 GG. Let's read the relevant part here. It was a long discussion about the W's, and after that, yeah. If there are no clouds, omitted, fine, but if there are clouds. When the sky is obscured by fog or other meteorological phenomena, N is 9 because it's like, well, it's covered, right? Yeah, so if CL is observed, mark it as NH. I haven't looked at the value table for NH. Not sure if CL's value is determined, or NH's value is determined by the value of CL. Then it would be sort of repeating the same value twice, but if there are no CL clouds, then CM clouds. Then the total amount is that. Okay, if there are, okay, there are CH. Then it shall be coded. Okay, so I'm writing another else block here, then it's actually 0. So we are going from CL to CM to CH. But if there is no CL, no CM, there are CH, then an H shall be coded as. Holy fuck, man. Okay, there's a bit of investigation maybe needed here. It may not be important. Group 9 double G double G. When the actual time of observation differs by more than 10 minutes from the standard time GG reported in section 0. I do remember that section 0. When additionally specified by regional decision. Okay, then we'll move on to this madness. Let's look at lowercase gg's because we have not looked at those, right? Oh, not that one. This one. Ooh. This is like all together. There is no separate GG. I see. There was a single one, which we typed for, yeah, this one. So this is a separate really curious about the data layer. Time of observation, hours and minutes. But this is important only when what did they say? It's off by 10 minutes. Whatever the fuck that means. Let's read that section again. Actual time of observation differs by more than 10 minutes. Standard time report sections here. So the whole thing is not reported at once. Section 0 is reported and section 1 is reported. But if it's different by more than 10 minutes, then you mark it in this field. I'm guessing. The inclusion of the groups of section 2 in reports of merchant ships. I don't think we'll do merchant ship stuff, right? Coastal land station. This is actually maybe the coastal land part might be important. There has been so much information. What I'm after is day and night temperatures, which look at we have air temperature in tenths of a degree, kind of data under group number 1. That's good enough. Monthly precipitation, rainy days, we covered that with the type of rain, precipitation type number, group number 6 and 7. Monthly hours of sunshine is important. Actually, that sunshine depends on cloudiness, whether it's cloudy or not, or the angle of the whatever. That's part of not weather, but sort of geography. I'll mix it together. So the cloudiness number 8 is sort of important. Okay, we've done that. In fact, at the beginning, we have a total cloud cover. Another like n value was discussed. True wind direction and speed, we have that. Precipitation we just covered. Humidity, humidity is relative humidity of the air or dew point temperature, and from there I think I'll have to formulate the relative humidity for the other things to function in the game. So with section 1, I'm 99% confident we might have all the data we need. I will quickly look at numbered section 2. to look here first, which is going to take me there anyway. Station. What I don't want to see happen is that, well, see, you could have a weather station sitting in a harbor. Are they considering it as a land station or a sea station? Well, let's hope they consider it as land station. So we'll be done with section 1. Let's go over this again quickly. The fact that it talks about merchant ships makes me think that these are ships in the sea or at the sea. Yeah, kind of all indications are group this stationary sea station. That's yeah, coastal land station. This is what's worrying me. Because what I'm curious about is the station is coastal land. Are they reporting section 1 or are they bypassing it and moving forward to section 2? And since I may have a more or less good idea about some of these identifiers mean, let's see. This is pretty much as long as the section 1. TW, TD. What was TW? I think dew point temperature. The pressure. There's some other pressure point here, which kind of all seems either optional. Like this even looks optional of this one. Okay. I think we might be done. Right? Oh, I actually. When the sea is calm and whatever. Yeah, I think I have a very good feeling about section 2, reserved specifically for sea operations. Sea is not calm. I get to see a lot more sea stuff here. The only thing that threw me off was this. So I'll try to be careful about this if I'm getting some section data. Then the reportings will be for maybe I'll skip that city, so the reporting is for that coastal place. These are different sections of this plain language description. Sea ice. Okay, this is a whole other like whether it's freezing or not, that kind of. For regional exchange, So those R24 values are for the, okay, once a day. I think we are kind of done. We just need to access the data. So after this whole part, section 5, then we are, yeah, that was for the F12. So then we are actually looking at the other code forms. And here. I don't think we have any of this relevant because 15 is reserved for what regulations for, okay. Do I have V? I think I did have some V at some, right? Double V, horizontal visibility, which is a different identifier. It's still along those lines, but this was for air whatever. It belongs to one of those groups from before. Again, weather phenomena, but this is this belongs to a separate family. Moving forward, yeah, this is FM15 specification, all this stuff. I bet after this it's gonna talk about, yeah, the next one. So then this 18 and such goes like this all the way. So then each one has its own sort of like, you know, time and place to need all this. And after this is finished, we actually look at the specifications, letters and such, which we have been browsing endlessly. This is basically what symbolic letters and remarks, which is this page, right? So when that is finished, we are here. Yeah, this means missing data. Fine, yeah. Numbering system of international code tables, the numbering system. Might have to take those code tables and turn them into something in my parser code. At some point, that's likely to happen. So let me quickly read this. I'll skip this part because I think as we were discovering the meaning of these letters, they were all tied to a code table reference here, ID, like this, and we went to read the values in those tables. So yeah, symbolic letters or groups, they will be replaced by figures which specify the value. The code tables are used inversely for coding incoming. Yeah, that's the part that I was marveling. Human being is actually reading these values to make sense whether they actually belong to a certain table or not. Okay, this is how those code table numbers are created. Logic of it. Okay. For our purposes, we don't really need to know this. We just need to know proper table, and we just put them in our code. So one of the tables that I was looking at was I'm actually curious about the pressure in HPA. So that's going to be in P0, PO, P0. They didn't make all. That would be under where? Going from top to, or that was clear enough that it didn't need a table, right? Because why would you need a table? It's some decimal value. Do I have anything else here regarding P? Or like, let's look at TD again. That's also a decimal value. I don't think that will be anything but. And we looked up the other ones like 4019TR as it got more and more specialized. Yeah, like IX, maybe that actually has a table. Yeah, which makes sense. We looked it up. Pressure tendency, amount of pressure A and P, lowercase a, like this one. Yeah, this is it. It's going to say increasing, then decreasing. Okay, so that's that. And okay, now this is a happy accident. I'll investigate that. After A, we could also amount of it. That's also digital, so I don't need to look that up. And everything else we kind of did look up, and I think we did this. It's the specification. Here are the, and then we are in the code tables. This A Mirage. Funny thing is, I have a desert city. When is it going to be relevant here? Just talking about the effects of mirror. Nothing I have seen here. Just curious. This is what we are after for this specific case. We have determined that these two might be enough. In fact, it is, yeah, that's fine. Now that I have seen Mirage, and we have so many of these FMs here, one of which should be for deserts. Since they are matching these, kind of curious. What other things are they measuring? I'm going to have lunch soon, or that's why I'm kind of dragging. And then the stream will continue. If we are talking about Mirage, we should most likely have desert conditions. In fact, we have sandstorms and such. 4761. So anything related to this. S0. Well, in some of those formulas, we need to see S0. This is still part of the experiment. Colored precipitation or frost. S0. If I look this up, I don't think it. Interesting enough, report of a buoy operation. But this was in seas. Because this is that S here. Section 3. Salinity at selected depths. Again, it kind of means like it's part of the sea operation. 18. Keep looking S0. Marine surface observation along a ship's sea station again. ISAC. This is a separate structure. Report of monthly values. Surprisingly, these values look so tidied up to my eye. That it almost looks like it's a tidied up version of what we have been working on. Look at section 0. Okay, climate MMJJJ. So it's not hard to guess that the double M is the month, right? Because we had something like that. Where is the double M? I remember writing it down, so I think, yeah. And I can only guess that triple J is the day of the year because it's like jour in French. Okay, and we have the same structure, double uppercase I, triple lowercase I, which is the block number and the station number. So gotcha. Section 1. We have POs, 4 of them. We have something very similar, except they are reserved in the third group, and which is followed by another block of with the upper bar. Okay, and you have, see, what used to be in the second group is now the third group with the sign. Similar structure, instead of having 3 TDs, we have 3 T's with the upper bar, which is followed by STs. Monthly, okay, there is some explanation here. Monthly data of the month referred to in this word is throwing me off. This looks so promising. Tidy it up. Willing to investigate this ST. I still couldn't answer the Mirage question, by the way. So we'll come back to this FM71. Big question mark here. Keep looking. This S0. Which doesn't sound anything about like anything like deserts. Like frost, precipitation, sea stuff. Sense to me. And as usual, the way I'm interpreting it is that this is just the whole group itself. It's zeros. Salinity. This is a separate group. I already saw that as a separate group. Which actually is here. So here's the table, which is different. I think this is where it was talking about Mirage. There's the whole values when they are all combined in one. Where do I, okay, the Mirage is in A. Idiot, I mean, it also means I gotta eat. So let's look at this section again. This is where we were, where I was. Looking at this A. Just curious where this code table is used. Which is this, right? Maybe first look up like this. A, we get it. I think I already did this, didn't I? I don't think there's anything relevant about this in this document. Maybe it's important in a different measurement, or because this is an international system, right? Maybe this code table is not used in this document. Yeah, numbering system of international code tables doesn't necessarily mean this is used in this document. It's much more like that. Anyhow, so we were here, so which is what? So here's the numbering system, and here are the code tables, right? This is a long code table section. It goes like this. And as I was saying, the Y's will be day of the week, and M's at some point, if you can see them this way. If we do have them, I don't know. We do have them. Month when the period covered by the forecast begins and ends, M1, M2. That kind of thing. So after all this, we then get to see a system of station index numbers, which is promising. And right away, I want to confirm something that I saw hours ago, which is WMO ID 71624 is for Toronto. Can we find it here? We are looking in North America. The fact that this is 70,000 is good news. Let's pull this here. Okay. I'll probably read all this stuff. But it's not listing each one of them. So maybe that's listed somewhere else. Beaufort scale of wind. This is something that was mentioned before. If some values don't make sense, use this. This is actually super useful because in the game interface, I will have to write some descriptive term, and if I could figure it out by some numbers here, it's 1 minute. Okay, so it's a good time to pause the stream, and after meal break, I'll be back for another hour at most, and then there will be Godot Toronto. Okay, so maybe another hour. Okay, let's see. So I was saying the wind conditions, the brief description here might be useful before the break. So let me recap if I missed anything. Section E is Beaufort scale of wind. Hydrological observing stations, blah blah. So okay, that's fine. So we were looking at the code numbers for the station IDs. I was going to find Toronto here. I know that it's within this range. So I think the next thing for me is to find the data and also finding the stations and make use of the data. The big part of this discovery, which I haven't really seriously investigated, um, is the data itself. I'm hoping still that I'll be able to access the data. Then we'll make sense of the data using this document. Minor step left. At that point, we'll be finding the data for each one of these stations. So here it's talking about the country code and stuff like this. So we are actually okay with. I'm okay with this. So this is about assigning the numbers, so we don't care. We just need to find the proper stations. So this is hydrological stuff. This is that wind scale. It's fine. Skip. Appendix. So practices conform to regulation 122131. So let's find this. But I believe this is this means it's conforming with the WMO standards. Okay, visibility. But that's actually the section, not the regulation. The regulation was mentioned in one of these big documents. I will actually look this up in Google under this. I don't remember reading this in one of the PDF files today. Which was a few hours ago. Do I still have that PDF file open? It's not. This is that too many things going on at the same time, but I do remember reading about regulations. So we'll assume it's actually that. The fact that I actually don't see Canada there, which is a problem, because I thought Toronto was complying with that. The funny thing is, Afghanistan is following it, Canada is not. Or does I would expect this to be mark that Argentina is practicing it. The fact that when there is no information available, neither one of these is selected. Yeah, that regulation 12 is given about prevailing visibility. In fact, it was exactly that section in this document. So I remember a different regulation 12 in a different document. Canada is not really following. Okay. Horizontal visibility, that's what it is. So in all surface observations, the value that is reported is the prevailing visibility, which is defined as the maximum visibility. So in Finland, they mean a different. The value means something different. Germany, yeah. In this case, that VV, horizontal visibility, maybe it's not that important for our game. So quickly going down. So I remember this in buffer. Okay, some attachment here that is not crucial. Fine. Satellite identifier. There was already a section up above at the beginning here about satellites, some kind of code, which is detailed out here. Used only in volume part. Okay, we'll investigate this too. So this is interesting because some of these values or codes, flags, whatever, in the tables. Let's find one. TR. T apostrophe. No, C in there. was hoping that. Okay, so that's these three are okay. So yeah, I think we could look this up to 0, 20, or 12, which was in this is the one, yes. So I'll look under grid 2 or buffer. This one, yeah. This one. Photo and flag table, which should be under cloud 020. Okay. So C L cloud amount 020 011 012. So we are getting close. I think it's maybe on the either way. If you look it up here, I'm sure we'll find it. Let's do 0 020 020 cloud type. And these notations are going to match what we have been reading. Okay, so the funny thing is this. Now, well, funny in the sense that it's luckily I was going to collect this data and put into a data structure. I think we already have some of that. Could easily parse this page. In fact, maybe I can even download data. Cool. Let's double check. Doesn't look like CSV, does it? Oh, okay. This is FXY. Trust this window. How can I trust it? Trust it. So there's ID type. What's this madness? Label and notation. Okay, so this is what we are after. So let's close this. Let me look at the JSON too. Okay, yeah, so we just have to massage this data. So zero cumulus, the daily is 1. We were actually looking at the 2 or 3. Zero stratus is a different case. No CM clouds. That kind of thing. So I'm confident this website is going to be helpful. So we are kind of well, let's say we are 50% done here. We haven't collected the data, but we have made sense of the data if we collected it. This is a massive task, so I want to write down web page. Pretty much so far I have been under WMO int where is it? This is also a part of WMO. This the codes WO or library. Okay, so this is good news. So I do recall buffer, or what was that other system? Grib, yeah. So I guess I'll use one of them. The funny thing is, do I recall Grib? Is it there was one table where it was listing both? Too many. So definitely someplace else. So we are here. Maybe I'll come across it soon. What I'm curious about is this, just for argument's sake. In here, when I did cloud type, can I find something similar? Oh, by the way, this is good news, because if I could find this code here, put a dash in between, this is the path. You can just access this page. Now I'm hoping this page is actually accessing the data. Let's see. Let's refresh this page. Maybe it's making an Ajax call to get this data. Worst case is I will trigger this with Node.js. This is the path. How do you fetch the data? Do you load it with the page, or do you pull it? It's just a whole, yeah, I think they are pulling it. I'm afraid so. So it's not coming from an API. If it did, they would actually hit the. Never mind. So in Grip Edition 2, here's the codes and flags. Inside here, one of these is going to give us the cloud types, hopefully. Because these are, we are after 0 something, right? The fact that this actually looks 0. Maybe they are following a similar structure, which was what, 0, 20, well, land surface products. Let's search. Definitely this, but this is about filtering, not searching. Sounds more like here by guess. Cloud base level. Yeah, this is not giving that much helpful. Maybe this. Let's type cloud. This looks like a long list. Cloud type. Okay, so the code is different for this one, 068. But when we look at this, we don't get to see the types that we saw in the other. When we download it, are we downloading the data, or just this? Just that. Disappointing. It's not really giving you the possible values, right? It's more like the definition of identity. What's the point? Missing something. Code table. Maybe my understanding of it will get better. Anyhow, this is something we looked at. This station for CNOP. 7th group. Yeah. Seismic code. Don't think so. Not sure why this would be in. Oh, this is about all the codes. Let's see. Not exactly weather stuff. The whole geography. So magnitude still seismic data. Graphical representation of data, analysis and forecast. The surface plotting model. N. N being the total cloud cover. And then from this, I remember going in CL, CM, CH direction. Like this, maybe. Interestingly enough. Total cloud cover, code 0. Octa. Okay. So I do remember this DDFF, which was part of NDDFF. True direction, sense of degrees in by like the IW, right? Which is source and units of wind speed. Code table 1855, I believe. Weather report. Curious if any human being looking at this, do they understand what it means? 60. mean, could be nice icons in the game, but who's gonna make sense of them? All you have to do is to roll over and see the name. Yeah, this is about the cloud. Okay.
Holding up the wall so you can see it all before you let this side. This time, you're heading for the hills, and I won't come to grips, so I'ma let this slide. 'Cause I'm scared you don't want to, and I'm nervous I'll lose you. Pretend like it's all new, and then lie like it's all true. I've tried, but you don't like. Tell me why. You lie so your hands tied, but you don't
Okay.
I'ma let it slide.
Thinking quietly is like, well, some of this stuff, yeah, we have discussed. State of the ground, with or without snow. Okay. E. Precipitation. So this E, yeah, I haven't actually looked into that. How much of precipitation we looked type, but the accumulation we didn't. I think we are getting to the end of this. That seems to be the end. Well done, guys. Manual on codes. I think I will need this document, so I will. Volume 1. That's that. So, snow. This one. It was about E and E1 and such, right? I haven't. Okay, there you go. ES, icing. It's about. See, I think. Was it S0 about desert mirage condition, or A? Was it A? S0 was part of the struggle here. Did not appear here, but appeared in FM18. But that's a separate S0. Anyhow, but this A1, I think A1 was also Mirage. Yeah, okay, that's just Mirage. 9 group in section 3 of FM12. 9 group. I looked into 9 group. No, but not in section 3. Interesting. I'll take a look. There's A1. Drilling rig, oil, gas production, power plant has been. It's definitely C stuff, not the Mirage that I thought of. Interestingly enough, section 3 and 9 didn't say, ooh, E right there. 3. Yeah, I did section 0 and 1. I completely skipped section 2. They said I missed it. Mirage. 9 group in section 3 of FM12. 9 group, section 3. Section 3, 9 group. Which is sort of so it's kind of like, well, if you want to include it, that's what the letter means. So if we go here and look for section 3, 1, 2, somewhere here. Okay. Group 5. Operation and such. Looking for group 9 if there is any. 12, 4, 10, 11. Group 9. The use of this group and the specifications for the supplementary shall be specified for table. Okay. Supplementary information is this. So at some point, a combination of this I'm expecting will be related to that A1. So 357. Not that one. Hey, Mirage, 357. Here. Clouds. Visibility, optical stuff, Mirage. There you go. This is it. So when the code is ADA, it's Mirage. They are very detailed about. And here it's E with prime. E prime is without snow, I believe, and this is with snow. So section 3, I have a feeling, will be relevant in some cases. And there was also FM71, right? Which was kind of an interesting case because it looked like it tidied up a lot of things for me. However, the problem was kind of meant that it was indicating missing days. Not quite sure of this. Yeah, look, this group shall contain both the average air temperature and the standard deviation of daily values, which is exactly what I need actually. And R values, have I investigated R values? I don't think so. Sunshine. Perfect. This is what I need. Um, Precipitation. Yeah, we looked into R values. Yeah, see here are special R values. During one 30-day month, the maximum is less than 25 on 10 days. From 25 to 29 on 10 days. From 30 to 34 on 10 days. So it's divided into chunks of 10 days. The first group in section 3 shall be coded as second group shall not be is less than 25. Let's put a note here. This might be shortcut data set. Might be important. This actually looks similar too. Report of monthly aerological means from a land station. Similar abbreviations, similar structure. This means the land station. 75 or 76 land or ocean weather station. L. Yeah, it doesn't matter because I'm looking at this one. So pressure, temperature, D. Have we looked into D? Could be dew point or something. Good. MM shall be used the unit of I think I'll be fine with it without this. It's fuzzy. Okay, now I understand why they were labeling the satellites by countries. Again, very familiar terms. P1, P0, that kind of thing. I bet this is talking about cloudiness. Clear radiance values. And this is where we get to start the, yeah. So going up here, we looked Hydra. Don't hail them. Hydrological. I think we came all the way down from, yes. So 71 might be an important thing, but we are done with this document. We've investigated every single, well, important part of it. This was volume 1, believe it or not. Here's volume 2. They liked it so much they kept writing more. I see that's actually opening. Yeah, quickly check the meetup. Anyone is asking questions, that kind of thing. Internal server. There's usually more people. They don't sign up here, so feel free to join. We are on Discord. Well, you gotta first join meetup so that I could keep track of people. But once you discover the Discord server, then we'll keep coming. International Codes Volume 1.2. This had something to do with the binary codes that involved buffer, and grip2. I think grip2 was not quite mentioned, but this is also going to merge the first volume with the binary codes in part C. And holy, this might very well be the same values that we see online. If that's the case, I'll skip. Okay, some guidelines about the numbering system. Yeah. The indicator, as it was mentioned there, 0. Okay. This might be those 3 digits that we saw in 068, whatever that 0 means in their value system. This is just a description of what those fields are reserved for. Yeah. Discipline, that's what we were looking at. Trying to make sense of it. 6-8. Parameter number, discipline and parameter. .2. Okay, maybe it'll make sense, but maybe I don't. However, I come across some kind of reference to make sense of understand it, so I can find it, because finding it here was a bit difficult compared to buffer. So let's go to contents. This is about grib. Doesn't really tell us how many pages there are. It's all about grib though. A triangular grid based on an icosahedron. Why is this here? North Pole. I see, because when we are at the North Pole, so how many divisions will you make it? So it's divide by 5, so pi over 5. Let's see. So this is how you triangulate or tessellate. Smart people. That is again not important. Kinda looks cool, but Arakawa grids. Why do I remember this name? I think I was reading about some quantum physics paper, and there was a similar name to this about lattice formations. This looks like that. Whatever. Distribution functions in grib. I don't think so. Binary universal. Nope. Data category. This might be important. Surface data. In fact, this kind of rings a bell. Let's go to. I think our feature is in buffer. Cloud and flag table. Here, I think cloud was. Let's just cloud. Cloud. Cloud type 020 O12. Surface data makes okay. Is this going in order or a combination? Like we don't need to do like 0 and then 20 and then 12, right? Because that would be meaningless to look up everything here. Yeah, there should be something else. Observed phenomena. So that's the 020. Then there should be another one about, there you go, 12 as something. 0 to 20 or 12. This is okay. I have a feeling there's going to be a long ass list here. If we go all the way down to 0, 20, or 12, because there's nothing better to do this fine Thursday afternoon, we'll find cloud type, which we were able to find anyway. It is good. So you could either utilize this PDF file or use the website. Now, an interesting notation that I'm seeing here is this horizontal visibility, which came up before. Okay, the unit is M, and I want to quickly look that up. That's 0, 20, 001. We have 011 here, which is cloud amount. Okay, that's cool. Let's look at the notation. Can we delete this? Zero 20, right? How many? There you go. 0, 20. Okay, see the code tables are on the web page. 03 there. There's no O2, there's no O1. And then you'll go O9 and O10 might be missing. Exactly. Okay, so this is interesting. This is good news. Could go about this in two different ways. There is also a flag table. The code tables exist on the website. 02021 is a flag table type of precipitation which exists. Let's open this individually. Interesting. Precipitation unknown. Results 7. So here's an interesting roadblock. We still don't have access to data. Well, that's a faulty statement. I don't think I even got close to any data, let alone to discuss whether I have access to it or not. But if I do have access to it, depending on which way it is formatted, we may have to try to make sense of it using these code and flag tables, or most likely we'll do that, or we'll utilize the previous PDF file. But I have a feeling we'll be going in this direction. Even though this is a binary data type, and I would like to go with text file. Let's see. So going back to the beginning, the contents, okay? So these are all the attachments. And okay, so far this is the grid, and then we are discovering the buffer. Cool. Yeah, this is making much more sense to me. Okay, this is talking about the system. And at some point, similar to grid, it is going to start listing the properties. It's starting soon, I believe. Tables, code tables, yeah. There's also Craig's tables next to the values. And after all this classification, we also saw, like, say 0, 20, 21. Let's also skip to that part. 0, what? 20 or 21. There you go. Type of precipitation. At some point, I believe this PDF document is also listing the values for. It should be somewhere. I'm curious about is 23 entries, it says. Do we have any information about that? Data bits. Data with bits, 30 bits. Let me try to find a table, and then it'll make sense. So let's go down. More tables, more tables. I don't really know where this ends, so here. Buffer. But where am I here exactly? I think we did this. Relative to section 3. There's only one way to find out. So we are around 358. put us here. Okay, table C. See different, okay, 042. Then there's a whole other reference here with the F and X, which is this system. Okay, and after this, it's gonna go to F, X, and Y, because that's what it did before. Okay, something like this I remember seeing. And here's the FXY for a different group. So this is gonna go kind of forever. D. Wow, it didn't last long, but the same idea. Anyway, this is some other data here that is going to keep continuing like this. Okay, if fxy. Eventually you come here, which is this. Okay, now we are actually breaking down 0. So if we actually find 0, 20, or 12, we'll see the... I'm going to compare the data to the website. This is going to take... what was I after? 0, 20, 21. So when this PDF document said 30 bits, here are 30 bits, which means 24 and 29 is reserved. We are not using it. So it's all accounted for. 23 white dew. So go here, we'll see white dew. Hoarfrost is 21, confirmed. So this is another way of parsing the data instead of from the website or from this like CSV file, whatever. I think I could easily do this. I could do a proper regular expression here and then just get the text here. This almost looks like array IDs. That's fine. Leave. So this document is also going to be useful. This is going to be volume 2, except this actually volume not 2, this is volume 1.2, which means the other one should be 1.1. Right. Smart enough. So then this is gonna go forever because it actually had 3.40 number. Let's confirm that. A lot of numbers. XY. Did I skip it that quickly? Yes, I did. Wow. Okay. No, 040. Maybe those things are not explained, but they are. Year of century, month, stuff. So some of the tables that I saw, 871 we are on page. This is not listed. That's what I just saw. List of common sequences, like this kind of thing is not listed. Comes all the way to 042. Not the other way around. So what am I looking at? Part C, which is interesting because volume 1 2 is actually composed of part B, which is the part that we just saw, and part C is the binary and alphanumeric codes and their common features. So this is interesting. Might be important. Okay, this is where we might actually find a bit more relevant information. Because they did mention something like a T-Rex, right? I remember in the cloud type, in that big table, there was also a column about the T-Rex value. I don't know if it actually is mentioned, but let me see. For metadata. I don't really know what I'm looking at. So. But we might have to consider buffer with T-Rex. So there's a possibility that we use buffer in conjunction with T-Rex. And T-Rex is the alphanumeric version of what I believe buffer is representing. The fact that it was kind of mentioned in tables, and there's a part C here that's talking about this together. Okay. Indicator for cracks tables. Master table used. This FM95, I think, is the one that I saw. Similar, not quite here, but similar idea. This is making me think this whole system here is kind of giving you this ID system to the table. Okay, the entry, the category itself, subcategory. Date format, okay. This might have more potential in the there we go. Both tables. Surface data length. So this 0 corresponds to 0. Well, this 000 corresponds to single 0 in buffer. And then at some point we will have yeah, 20 here in the buffer. FB 20. Observe phenomena. Fixed tables, okay. And from here we'll go to okay. Now we have the digits here. With the fx, I need the y. Yeah. fxy descriptor to be edited or defined. Similar idea. Trying to figure out if this has anything to do with these numbers here. But I think they yeah, cloud layer. Okay. At some point I'll find cloud type. And has a reference in this system. Cloud type. There you go. B20 auto 12. It's the same. Except it's marked with B, so it's because there are some transitional elements here. That's what I'm understanding. So I may start things off in buffer, and using understanding this system, I may actually switch and say, wow, okay, from buffer we are interested in this in Direct. There's a lot of lookup and figuring out, but anyway, this is going kind of forever too. But we are in 907, so in this area, where are we? I don't know. Because this was going for a while. Yeah, there's still. There was a yellow part there. I don't want to miss it. Seemed to take a while too. Template examples. See how simple it is. Right there, bingo. Time of the day, relative humidity. This bingo. Sequence D050002. So it's as if there's already a sequence that's actually giving you all this like zipped information. So there might be something very convenient about this. Proposed Bloomhoff flood monitoring cracks code. This is just an example for hydrology here, but the fact that B12001 is air temperature, I think we could find it here. What was it? Because it's under B, right? It's 12001. So we are looking for 12 here in the notations. I'm confident I'll find it. Assuming it's under 0 though. You actually had a different flag here, right? Table B. This is the one with the combination notation. 12,001. So I'm guessing it's temperature 12. Your temperature, bingo. 001, temperature. This is it. Notation 001. 12,001. B12. Yeah, there. Okay. Unit Kelvin. Air temperature to temperature notation 1, temperature notation 3. Are you in Celsius? Cool. Okay, so there's some merit in using buffer with C-Rex. In fact, I think there are even sequences to group things for us. Say D05 002 is like hourly environmental data. Again, I have no idea what the data is or where it is. But I think I'm going to make perfect sense of it once I see it. Single measurement, wind direction, wind speed. Another great the correct message transmitted at 10:46 universal time, okay, would be the following. Crix plus plus, blah blah. So if this is related to, but these are just D050, there is no marker. Message identification, line 3. Station number, interesting. Station type, menu. Date of main measurements, February 3rd, okay, bingo. Position of station, yeah, latitude, longitude, good. I think I do remember that from somewhere. Height, okay. Time of the, okay. Air temperature at 10 o'clock is, okay, this is the decimal point that I was talking about, 3 digits, and this is going to be 0.65. Looking here. And what would this be? Solar radiation, the Joule's energy, okay. What is this? Precipitation. This one. This is about that hydro thing. I think they are measuring water, yeah, stuff here. Anyway, eventually we'll get to line 5, which actually has 0900. Yeah, so they actually took 5 measurements, which took 12 minutes in between. Okay, so they started 9, they took 5 measurements every 12 minutes. That's what it is. Line 6, 290, blah blah. Wind direction. Okay, I understand that. And then this is the speed. Perfect. If these lines are reserved, that's the problem though. How will we know if they are reserved for that kind of thing? So station ID, okay. Station identification is the first line you see. So then You see the environmental data time. This is the water stuff that I was talking. Array, okay, the measurement time. Single, okay, this is it. Wind, single measurement. I think at that point you're just repeating this wind measurement, single measurements. And they made 5 measurements, so 5 lines. Plus plus indicates the end of message. With 777. Hourly instantaneous values, array definition, multiple measurements. So this array definition is talking about what they are. Yeah, okay. It's kind of coded like this. Smart. Yeah, it's just second set of measurements of wind. Okay, 5 measurements. End of message. And here's tide gauge data example. Different structure, but encoded like this. Again, this one doesn't have water pH level, but a different. This is sort of standard, right? Yeah. 1998, January 23rd. Right there. The thing is, well, let's say, how does the machine or the human know this is tide data? It's when I know that I'm receiving this from this center. Because there is no indicator. Maybe this is reserved to tide station. There's only tide data coming in. I don't know, but like, I think there was something here that I missed about this sequence DO5003. Yeah, I may have to look into this, because what if the data that I'm going to find is never mind. This is just making sense of the rest of the lines. A different corrects message. Again, ended with this. Yeah. Plenty of examples, but you have to be a bit more involved in this. I think it's a good time to stop, because I'll have to organize Godot Toronto meetup. Need to take a short break before the event. We'll most likely continue this later tomorrow afternoon. So that's it for today. Have a good